The universe sent you here for a reason. Your greatest comeback starts now. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And maybe that's exactly why the universe led you here, to awaken something that's been asleep within you for far too long. This isn't just another motivational video. It's a spiritual reminder that your pain, your delays, and even your detours are not punishments. They're preparation. The universe didn't make a mistake choosing you. It's inviting you to rise, to see your story not as a tragedy, but as the setup for your greatest comeback. So as you listen today, don't just watch and reflect. Ask yourself, what lesson has life been trying to teach me through all of this? Comment below and share your insight, because your realization might be the message someone else needs to hear today. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where your awakening begins. 1. Synchronicity as signals. Synchronicity is not a coincidence. It is the universe whispering in a language only the awakened can hear. When a song echoes your inner emotions, when a book opens to a line that mirrors your pain, or when a symbol appears repeatedly in your path, these are not random events, but signs that your inner and outer worlds are aligning. In the realm of spirituality and spiritual awakening, such moments are not accidents, they are messages. They mark a sacred threshold, a point in time when your consciousness begins to synchronize with the higher intelligence guiding your life. Carl Jung called this phenomenon synchronicity, a mirror between psyche and matter, proving that the soul and the universe move together in divine rhythm. Every meaningful coincidence you experience is a thread connecting your personal evolution with the larger pattern of destiny. The universe speaks through subtle patterns, weaving together fragments of your past, your emotions, and your desires to form one continuous message. You are being called home to yourself. When you start paying attention to these signals, life transforms from chaos into communication. The people you meet, the words you overhear, the timing of every event all become reflections of your inner frequency. The universe doesn't shout. It sends gentle echoes that only a quiet, receptive mind can hear. When you begin to awaken spiritually, you notice that everything is interconnected. The missed opportunities, the heartbreaks, and the detours no longer feel like punishment, but preparation. Synchronicity teaches you that every closed door redirects you toward the right one. It reminds you that the universe has always been on your side, guiding you through symbols, numbers, and patterns that appear at the exact moment you're ready to see them. These signs are confirmations that your soul's path is unfolding perfectly, even when your mind struggles to understand it. The moment you start recognizing synchronicities, something profound shifts within you. Your reality becomes alive, responsive, and intimate. You begin to sense that the world is not outside of you. It's within you, mirroring your thoughts and emotions in physical form. A random encounter becomes destiny's nudge. A dream becomes a message. The universe starts to feel like a living presence, orchestrating events with mathematical precision to awaken your awareness. This is the threshold where your greatest comeback begins, not through control or force, but through trust, alignment, and surrender. Carl Jung once said that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Synchronicity is that moment when fate becomes conscious. It's the universe holding up a mirror, showing you that you've never been lost, only redirected. Every time you recognize these divine patterns, your awareness expands, and you rise a little higher in your journey of spiritual awakening. Life stops happening to you and starts happening through you. You move with the rhythm of the cosmos, guided by invisible threads that pull you toward your higher purpose. So when the next coincidence arrives, a number that repeats, a phrase that pierces your soul, or a moment that feels too aligned to ignore, don't dismiss it. It's a conversation between you and the divine, reminding you that your path is alive with meaning. Synchronicity is not just a sign, it is an invitation. It is the universe saying, you are ready. Ready to return to yourself, to walk through the threshold, and to remember that nothing in your life has ever been random. Everything has been preparing you for this awakening. Comment below, I trust the signs of the universe, if you're ready to follow the synchronicities guiding your greatest comeback. 2. The self is awakening. Beneath the surface of who you think you are, beyond the name, the image, the expectations you carry of something timeless and indestructible is stirring within you. Carl Jung called it the self, the divine center of consciousness that lies deeper than the ego and the persona. When this awakening begins, it doesn't arrive with loud announcements or clear explanations. It begins as a quiet restlessness, a growing sense that something is missing, even when everything seems to be in place. You start to feel life more intensely. The colors seem brighter, the sounds more alive, and emotions rise like waves you can no longer ignore. It's as if an invisible current is pulling you toward truth, asking you to shed what is false and remember what is real. This stirring isn't confusion. It's an invitation to spiritual growth. You're being asked to look within, to face the layers of illusion you've built around your heart, and to meet the soul that has always been waiting for your attention. Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." The awakening begins when you stop chasing validation and start listening to your inner voice. You may feel the tension between who you were and who you are becoming, and that tension is sacred. It's the friction that shapes transformation. Your pain is not a sign of failure. It's the alchemy of your becoming. Every unanswered question, every heartbreak, every disappointment is life pushing you to return to your core. The universe doesn't break you down to punish you. It does so to awaken the self within you, the part that no circumstance can destroy. As the false layers fall away, you begin to sense a deeper intelligence guiding you, a force that has always been there, waiting for your awareness to catch up. This is the beginning of your real comeback, not one driven by ambition or control, but by surrender and alignment. When you stop resisting and allow yourself to be shaped by the unseen hand of life, you move from surviving to truly living. Spirituality is not an escape from the world, but a way of perceiving it with open eyes and a steady heart. As this awakening unfolds, you realize that the self is not something to be reached, it's something to be remembered. It has been quietly watching as you played the roles of your story, waiting for the moment you would notice its presence again. And now, that time has come. The unease you feel is your soul knocking on the door of your awareness, asking you to come home. When you answer that call, your energy begins to change, your perception expands, and your life starts reflecting the truth of who you really are. Beneath every doubt and fear lies the eternal knowing that you are guided, that you are enough, and that your spirit has always known the way. This is not the end of your journey. It's the beginning of your return to wholeness. 3. Clearing before returning. When old passions begin to fade and relationships start to feel hollow, it isn't a punishment, it's preparation. The universe is clearing the clutter so you can rediscover your truest self. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And that's exactly what's happening. Life is pulling back the curtains on what no longer serves your evolution. The emptiness you feel is not a loss. It's an invitation to step into alignment with who you were always meant to become. Every silence, every ending, every unraveling is the universe whispering, "Make space for your return." You're not going backward, you're coming home. This is not a rewind, but a sacred return to your essence. Think of the caterpillar that must dissolve completely before transforming into a butterfly. Its stillness, its isolation, even its darkness are part of the process. In the same way, your soul is cocooning now, dissolving everything false so that what's real can rise. Jung taught that there is no coming to consciousness without pain, and that truth reveals why you might feel lost or unmotivated. Your passions didn't disappear, they're being refined. You've outgrown the frequency of your former self, and now life is tuning you to a higher one. The relationships that no longer fit, the dreams that suddenly lose their pull, the emotions that rise and fade, they're all messengers. They're showing you what cannot travel with you into your next chapter. Before the light can fill the room, the dust must be cleared. Before truth can build, illusion must fall. You're not being abandoned, you're being emptied so that divine fullness can take its place. This clearing is an act of love, a cosmic intervention designed to redirect your focus inward, where your power truly lives. So when everything feels like it's falling apart, remember, this is your soul reorganizing itself. The universe sent you here for a reason to awaken, to remember, to rebuild from truth. You are being stripped only of what was never truly you. Your comeback will not be loud or dramatic. It will be subtle, sacred, and powerful, a quiet rising from within. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, the understanding that every ending is a beginning disguised as loss. You are not being erased, you are being revealed. And as Carl Jung's insight reminds us, your journey is not about becoming more, it's about remembering what you already are. Do you feel this truth resonating within you? If you do, affirm it with faith in the comments. I am ready to clear the past and rise stronger than ever. 4. Unmasking and unsigning the contract. You start to realize that most of your life has been lived under silent agreements. You never consciously signed roles and identities handed to you by family, society, or fear. You've been conditioned to please, to adapt, to shrink yourself for the comfort of others, as if your worth depended on how well you could perform in someone else's story. But spirituality is not about performance. It's about liberation. Spiritual awakening begins the moment you withdraw from that invisible please others contract and dare to give yourself permission to exist without needing external approval. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." That truth hits deeper when you realize that every smile you forced, every mask you wore, and every moment you silenced your needs was a small betrayal of your own soul. The universe doesn't punish you for pretending, it simply waits patiently for you to remember who you are beneath the roles. When you begin unmasking yourself, it feels like standing naked before life. Every false identity begins to crumble: the achiever, the caretaker, the strong one who never breaks. You start to see how much energy went into maintaining these roles, how you lost your natural rhythm, trying to meet expectations that were never yours to fulfill. This unmasking isn't rebellion, it's alignment. It's the quiet recognition that authenticity is not arrogance, it's integrity. You stop asking for permission to feel, to rest, to want something different, and instead start honoring the voice that has been whispering within you all along. As the layers fall away, something extraordinary happens. Peace begins to replace anxiety. Confidence takes the place of fear, and you no longer feel the need to prove your worth to anyone. Carl Jung taught that what we repress doesn't disappear. It hides in the shadow, waiting to be integrated. And when you take off the mask, you don't just reveal your light, you reclaim your shadow too. You begin to understand that your flaws are not failures, but fragments of unexpressed truth. The moment you stop living for approval, you step into your own authority. You become the man who no longer measures his value by validation, but by alignment with truth, with purpose, with the rhythm of his own spirit. Spiritual awakening isn't loud or dramatic. It's subtle, like the soft turning of the earth toward the sun after a long winter. It's a deep knowing that you no longer need to chase love because you have become love in motion. And as you move through this transformation, you realize that your greatest comeback isn't about rebuilding your old self. It's about remembering your real one. Every no to what drains you becomes a yes to your evolution. Every time you choose authenticity over performance, you rise higher in truth. You begin to see that the universe sent you here not to fit in, but to awaken, to show others what it looks like when a man reclaims his soul. This is not just healing, it's resurrection. The masks fall, the old contracts dissolve, and in their place, a new agreement emerges, one written in the language of freedom, courage, and spiritual wisdom. And from that moment on, you no longer live by the world's script. You live by your own truth, a truth the universe has been waiting for you to remember. Leave your like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next insight that awakens your soul. Type in the comments, "I release the old contract and step fully into my divine purpose." 5. Descent to reclaim power. Nekia. Every true transformation begins with descent. In Jungian spirituality, this sacred process is known as Nekia, the journey into your inner underworld, where the forgotten parts of your soul await rediscovery. When life brings you to your knees through grief, rage, or loneliness, it is not punishing you. It is guiding you back to the lost chambers of your being. The darkness you fear is not meant to destroy you, but to reveal what you've buried beneath the noise of survival. As Carl Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The descent is not a fall from grace, but an act of spiritual growth, a necessary confrontation with the raw and unfiltered truth of who you are beneath every mask you've worn. In these depths, you meet the parts of yourself that were exiled long ago, the innocent child silenced by pain, the wild voice muted by fear, the artist who forgot how to dream, and the life force that once pulsed with wonder. You begin to realize that these fragments were never lost, only hidden. Each emotion that arises from your anger, your sadness, your isolation is a messenger calling you back home. The true essence of spirituality is not about ascending beyond pain, but about entering it with awareness and compassion, transforming it into wisdom. When you face your shadow without judgment, you unlock a doorway to unimaginable freedom. As you navigate this inner descent, you discover that grief softens into clarity, rage burns away illusion, and loneliness becomes the sacred silence where your soul speaks again. What once felt like ruin now feels like initiation. You start to feel your own energy returning stronger, purer, more alive. The child within you begins to laugh again. Your voice grows steady and certain. Your creativity flows with effortless grace, and the life force within you reignites like fire meeting oxygen. The universe didn't send you here to escape the dark, but to master it, to find the divine spark hidden in the very places you tried to avoid. This journey through your underworld is your greatest comeback. Not a triumph of ego or worldly success, but a resurrection of spirit. You are not rising as the same person who once fell. You are returning as someone whole, grounded, and profoundly alive. This is what it means to truly awaken, to reclaim the fragments of your soul, to embrace your darkness as sacred, and to let the light emerge not from avoidance, but from deep integration. Spirituality is not a flight from life. It is the courage to live it fully, to descend into the depths of your being, and to rise again carrying the wisdom of your own rebirth. 6. Collapse as course correction. Collapse is not the end. It is the universe's gentle yet powerful way of redirecting you toward truth. When everything falls apart, it's not because life is punishing you. It's because life is stripping away the illusions that kept you small. Exhaustion and emptiness are not signs of weakness. They are sacred messengers, whispering that the false identity you've been carrying has reached its breaking point. As Carl Jung once said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. What you call failure is often the soul's rebellion against the roles and masks that no longer fit who you are becoming. In that silence after the storm, when everything external fades and all that's left is you, something extraordinary happens. You begin to hear your soul calling you home. That moment of surrender, that pause in the chaos, is not destruction. It's initiation. When the old version of you collapses, resist the urge to rush into fixing it. The ruins are sacred. They hold the blueprint of your rebirth. Sit with your discomfort. Let the silence teach you, and listen to what your exhaustion is trying to reveal. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that true awakening doesn't come from avoiding the darkness, but from walking straight into it. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, he said, but by making the darkness conscious. This is where your real strength is born, not in pretending to be unshaken, but in meeting your shadows with compassion and truth. Every breakdown carries within it a hidden breakthrough, a divine opportunity to meet the self that has been waiting behind the walls of pretense. The emptiness you feel is not a void. It is sacred space being cleared for something truer to take root. you are not being undone. You are being reassembled in alignment with who you were always meant to be. Each moment of stillness, each breath of surrender, invites your spirit to take the lead once more. Life has a way of dismantling everything that isn't real, so that only authenticity remains. The exhaustion, the confusion, the silence, all of it is preparation. You are not falling apart. You are falling into alignment. So when it feels like you've reached your limit, remember that collapse is course correction, not catastrophe. The universe is precise in its timing, compassionate in its methods, and intentional in its chaos. You are not being abandoned. You are being called to awaken. Your greatest comeback does not begin when you rise. It begins the moment you stop resisting the fall. Because in that fall, you finally release the false self. And in that release, you return home to your soul, the place where all true power, purpose, and peace begin. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. 7. Centered authenticity and chosen solitude. You begin to center yourself in the quiet truth of who you are, no longer bending your spirit just to be accepted by those who cannot meet your depth. There's a point in every man's journey when he stops chasing applause and starts seeking alignment, when he realizes that authenticity is not rebellion, it's remembrance. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." That's the essence of spiritual awakening, anchoring yourself in an inner axis so stable that no external storm can shake your peace. You start setting boundaries, not as walls, but as gates of self-respect. You say a clear yes when your soul agrees, and an unapologetic no when it doesn't. This simple act of honesty becomes your daily practice of spirituality. And yes, some people will drift away when you stop performing for their comfort, but you learn to let them. Because when something leaves your life after truth enters, it's not loss, it's divine alignment. You begin to see that every goodbye carries a sacred purpose. Every departure opens space for what is meant to arrive. Jung once warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." You finally understand that most of your life wasn't shaped by destiny, but by the fear of rejection and the need for approval. Spiritual wisdom teaches you that real peace doesn't come from being liked. It comes from being real. The more you embrace your authentic rhythm, the more life stops feeling like survival and starts feeling like flow. You discover that solitude is not punishment, it's preparation. In chosen solitude, you reconnect with your inner compass, and the noise of the world fades into background music. You begin to hear your own soul again, whispering the truth you once ignored, that your worth was never dependent on anyone's recognition. This is the moment of rebirth. Jung described the slow death of the false self and the resurrection of your truest identity. You realize that being alone is not a sign of emptiness, but of fullness, because your energy no longer leaks through people who misunderstand you. You prefer depth over distraction, silence over noise, realness over validation. Each day, you live more consciously, no longer controlled by old wounds or social masks. You walk differently, slower, steadier, with a quiet confidence that doesn't need to explain itself. That is spirituality in motion. The art of standing so rooted in your truth that the universe bends to meet your frequency. You no longer chase connections, you attract resonance. You no longer beg for belonging, you embody it. Every boundary becomes a doorway to peace. Every act of self-honor becomes an offering to the divine within you. And as you live this way, your comeback isn't loud or dramatic. It's silent, profound, and unstoppable. 8. The Kairos moment, act now. When conformity begins to hurt more than freedom, that is the sacred signal of awakening, the inner lock clicking open, urging you to live from your true center. Carl Jung would call this the Kairos moment, a divine intersection where the soul whispers that you can no longer betray your essence just to belong. It is the instant when the discomfort of pretending outweighs the fear of becoming, when the cost of staying small becomes too heavy to carry. In that moment, life begins to reorder itself, not by control, but by resonance. The energy you radiate, once misaligned and muted by compromise, starts to harmonize with a higher rhythm. Spirituality, in its purest form, is not about escape from reality. It's about alignment with your deepest truth, the quiet revolution of returning to yourself. Each act of authenticity is an act of spiritual growth. Every time you choose honesty over habit, faith over fear, or truth over acceptance, you awaken another layer of your inner being. The universe responds not to the mask you wear, but to the frequency you emit. When you live from your center, you stop chasing outcomes and begin attracting experiences that mirror your vibration. Life starts to rearrange itself, like a symphony finding its harmony after long dissonance. People, opportunities, and blessings appear not as rewards, but as reflections of your alignment. And though this process may shake the old foundations, it is not destruction, but transformation. Not chaos, but divine order, re-establishing itself through you. The comeback, as Jung would say, is not a single victorious return. It is the ongoing act of remembering the self. It happens in quiet moments when you refuse to shrink back into who you once were, when you stop performing and start being. It is a spiritual practice of courage, returning again and again to the place within you that knows peace even when life feels uncertain. True spiritual growth does not unfold in straight lines. It spirals. It revisits old wounds with new wisdom, old fears with new strength. Each descent into confusion becomes a deeper ascent into clarity. The universe doesn't test you to break you. It tests you to show you what can no longer hold you. Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." The moment you dare to look inward, you begin to awaken from the hypnosis of conformity. You see that the comeback is not about regaining what was lost, but reclaiming what was always yours. The wisdom, the peace, the divine rhythm that has been waiting beneath the noise. The Kairos moment is now, this very breath, this very heartbeat, reminding you that freedom begins when you stop asking permission to be yourself. You were not sent here to fit in. You were sent here to rise, to remember, and to reorder your life by resonance. And the moment you live from your center, the universe will meet you halfway, guiding you into the life that has been waiting for your return all along. If this message stirred something in you, let today be your Kairos, your opportune moment to begin your homecoming. Start small. Notice one synchronicity. Remove one mask. Say one honest yes or no, and give 10 quiet minutes to your inner center. Your greatest comeback isn't about perfection. It's about choosing truth over approval, presence over performance, and alignment over exhaustion. one simple act at a time. Which sign from today's video spoke to you most? The synchronicities, the clearing, or the courage to be real? Tell us in the comments and declare your intention. I choose my comeback now. If this helped, like, subscribe, and share so more souls can find their way home. You're here for a reason, and on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll keep walking this path with you. Women who look younger possess a special spiritual quality. As Carl Jung once said, the soul is the secret of the body's vitality. Have you ever wondered why some women seem to defy the passage of time, radiating a youthfulness that goes far beyond skincare or genetics? In today's journey on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover the deeper truth that looking younger is not just about appearance, but about a special spiritual quality shining through. This is about inner alignment, the radiance of the soul, and the power of energy that transforms the way we age. Do you believe that the state of your spirit can shape how the world sees you? Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to know your perspective. 1. Inner soul shapes. Outer appearance. These women's youthful appearance is not the result of genetics, expensive skincare, or surgical procedures, but is born from a deeper source, a spiritual radiance rooted in the very essence of the soul. Carl Jung often emphasized that the psyche is not separate from the body, but profoundly shapes it. And when inner vitality flows freely, it manifests outwardly as beauty and presence. The soul becomes the hidden artist painting light upon the skin, giving rise to a glow that defies chronological time. A woman who carries peace within herself, who has allowed spirituality and spiritual awakening to guide her path, will naturally radiate energy that shields her from the withering effects of age. This radiance is not superficial, but an emanation of harmony between body, mind, and spirit, a frequency that alters not only how she feels, but also how the world perceives her. The body is like a mirror reflecting the truth of the soul. A woman burdened by bitterness, regret, or unresolved wounds will inevitably bear the marks of those inner shadows upon her face and posture. Wrinkles etched with sorrow, eyes dulled by disappointment, or a heaviness in her presence speak of an unhealed spirit. By contrast, a woman who has embraced forgiveness, gratitude, and love shines differently. Her eyes sparkle with clarity, her smile is alive with authenticity, and even her silence carries warmth and vitality. This is the law of energy, just as the still waters reflect the brightness of the moon. The human body reflects the state of the soul. When the soul is awakened and nourished by spirituality, beauty becomes ageless, flowing from the inside out and touching everything around it. Jung's insight invites us to see that what we call aging is not merely biological decline, but often the result of disconnection from the soul. Stress, resentment, and unprocessed emotions accelerate decay, while peace, compassion, and inner freedom slow it down. Modern science confirms this through the study of epigenetics, showing how thoughts, emotions, and spiritual states can influence genetic expression, turning health and vitality on or off. In this light, the so-called fountain of youth is not a myth, but a state of alignment where the psyche and spirit feed life force into the body, sustaining vitality even in later years. Women who look younger than their age are living proof of this truth, for they have learned to cultivate inner harmony, making their energy field a shield against time itself. This lesson extends beyond women, for men too can embody this timeless vitality by nurturing their souls. To live with spirituality is to release the heavy weights of anger, fear, and resentment, and instead embrace compassion, clarity, and a higher sense of purpose. Every unresolved pain marks the body, but every act of healing restores youthfulness. The choice is whether one allows the years to be written in sorrow upon the face or allows the eternal light within to radiate outward. Spiritual awakening reveals that beauty, health, and presence are not surface qualities, but reflections of the soul's state. Looking young is not the ultimate aim. It is the natural consequence of living in alignment with the spirit, where age loses its power and timeless energy becomes the true expression of who you are. Comment below. My soul shapes my beauty. If you believe that true radiance comes from within. 2. Spiritual alignment against time. They carry within them a unique energy field, an unseen aura that shields them from the destructive effects of time. And this timelessness does not arise from fighting against aging, but from living in harmony with consciousness itself, from embracing life rather than resisting it. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that is precisely the secret these women embody. For their radiance is not a mask, but the natural glow of alignment between soul and spirit, the kind of spiritual wisdom that transforms the body into a living reflection of inner peace. Their beauty is not the fleeting charm of cosmetics or surgical interventions, but a living testimony that spirituality becomes the fountain of youth. That spiritual awakening is the real shield against decay, and that the soul has the power to shape the face more profoundly than any external treatment ever could. They do not cling desperately to the past, nor fear the future. Instead, they choose to rest in the present moment, to carry love instead of bitterness, forgiveness instead of resentment, and serenity instead of fear. And because of this choice, their eyes shine with compassion, their smile carries resilience, and their very presence makes others feel lighter. People spend fortunes on creams, surgeries, and endless products in search of youth. Yet those who appear truly timeless are the ones who cultivate their inner landscape, cleanse their thoughts, nurture their hearts, and maintain an energy field filled with light. As the scriptures remind us, a cheerful heart is good medicine. And indeed, when the spirit is nourished and unburdened, the body follows, radiating vitality and grace, making age appear irrelevant. The irony is that many of these women have endured deep hardships, yet instead of letting pain harden them, they allow suffering to become the fire that refines them, the crucible that shapes them into beings of wisdom and empathy. Jung himself observed, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." And this truth plays out in their lives. For they have walked through valleys of loss and trials, yet emerged with a softer heart, a freer spirit, and a light that no shadow could extinguish. Their timelessness is not the absence of age, but the transcendence of it, a beauty born not from denial, but from transformation, not from clinging, but from surrendering. To encounter such a woman is to witness a living embodiment of Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom, for she reveals that when the soul is aligned with the eternal, time loses its grip. Her youthful aura is not an illusion, but the natural effect of authenticity, acceptance, and joy. As Rumi said, "The soul is here for its own joy." And when the soul embraces that joy, the body becomes a vessel of radiance, vitality, and grace. 3. Archetype of radiant femininity. There are women who carry within them a timeless radiance that transcends physical beauty. And Carl Jung called this the eternal feminine archetype, a living expression of spirituality and spiritual growth that makes their presence unforgettable. Their glow is not found in cosmetics or the chase of youth, but in the harmony of their inner world, where wisdom meets childlike curiosity, where laughter carries both innocence and depth. When you look into their eyes, you see not just youth, but a knowing spirit that has embraced life with openness. When you hear their voice, you feel the softness of someone who has turned wounds into wisdom and pain into compassion. As Jung reminded us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And these women reflect that privilege in every gesture, every smile, every spark of energy that surrounds them. Think of the women you have met who seem untouched by time. A grandmother whose hair has turned silver, yet whose joy makes her feel younger than the youngest in the room. A friend in her 40s or 50s whose eyes sparkle with the hunger to learn, to explore, to live with curiosity. Their secret is not a product you can buy, but a state of being they carry, cultivated through presence, passion, and alignment with their soul. In our modern world, where beauty is sold in jars and filters, these women remind us of a higher truth, that beauty is a vibration and youth is a state of spirit. Their glow comes from choosing forgiveness instead of bitterness, curiosity instead of resignation, love instead of fear. They are proof that the soul does not wrinkle and that inner light can outshine the marks of age. Jung taught that archetypes live within us all, shaping the way we experience life. And the eternal feminine archetype is the embodiment of creativity, compassion, care, and intuition. A woman who nurtures these qualities shines without trying. Her presence softens the atmosphere, and her energy uplifts those around her. This is why, when you encounter such a woman, you sense her beauty long before you notice her face, because her aura speaks louder than appearances. Spirituality is the soil from which this radiance grows. Through spiritual growth, a woman learns to embrace silence, to forgive, to celebrate, and to live with a heart that is both strong and tender. A cheerful heart is good medicine, says the proverb. And indeed, the medicine of the soul reflects on the body, turning life itself into an elixir of youth. The truth is simple. Women who look younger are not clinging to age, but living in alignment with life. They find joy in small things, remain open to new experiences, and allow their spirit to keep learning, laughing, and loving. A woman who paints, who dances, who tends her garden, who dreams and dares, is watering her soul. And her soul, in return, keeps her glowing. True beauty is not about resisting time, but about living so fully that time bows to the spirit. And the lesson is there for all of us. If you wish to stay radiant, care for your soul as much as you care for your body. Choose daily practices that feed your spirit of gratitude, meditation, prayer, kindness, creativity, and you will notice how your energy shifts, how your eyes brighten, how your presence becomes magnetic. This is the secret Jung recognized, the spiritual quality that makes a woman ageless. To embody the eternal feminine by becoming fully alive, fully present, and fully true to who you are. Do you see yourself in the archetype of radiant femininity? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I embody radiant femininity, and I believe. 4. transformation through shadow integration. Instead of hiding their wounds or burying their pain, women who radiate timeless beauty turn their suffering into wisdom, allowing every scar to become a source of strength rather than a silent weight that accelerates aging. Carl Jung's teaching on the shadow reveals that the darkness we repress, anger, fear, grief, and unhealed memories does not disappear. It festers, draining vitality and dulling the soul. But those who look younger than their years are often the ones who dare to face this shadow directly, integrating it instead of denying it. And this act of courage releases a hidden light within them that shines far beyond the surface. Through practices like active imagination, they enter into dialogue with their unconscious, giving voice to what has long been silenced, and in doing so, they dissolve the poisons of denial that harden the heart and weary the body. The result of this inner alchemy is a wholeness that radiates outward as resilience and beauty, a glow no cosmetic procedure could ever replicate. Consider a woman who has endured betrayal, illness, or loss. While many would allow bitterness to consume them, she chose to ask what the pain came to teach, and with time, her energy field became magnetic. She does not appear younger because she has avoided suffering, but because she has transformed suffering into spiritual wisdom, and that wisdom makes her presence unforgettable. Jung once wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." And this truth explains why some people seem to defy time itself. Their faces carry peace, their voices carry depth, and their eyes reveal a clarity that makes them glow from the inside out. This is not only a lesson about women, but a mirror for men as well. Every unresolved conflict, every grief left unspoken, and every truth buried in silence becomes an invisible weight that ages us long before our time. But each moment of honesty, each confrontation with the shadow, and each step into integration restores a piece of vitality we thought was lost. Aging, then, is not simply a matter of years, but of the heaviness we carry or release. Those who embrace their shadow do not escape time, but they walk through it lighter, freer, and more radiant. This is why women who look younger possess that special spiritual quality. They embody the courage to face themselves fully, to turn darkness into light and pain into power, reminding us all that the fountain of youth is not found in resisting age, but in embracing the wholeness of the soul. 5. Living in sacred time. Kairos. Women who carry within them the gift of sacred time live not under the weight of linear clocks, but within a flow that Carl Jung would have recognized as a deeper dimension of the psyche, where consciousness itself reshapes how the body ages. Instead of fighting against time as an enemy, they befriend it, allowing each moment to unfold in rhythm with the soul's expansion rather than the relentless ticking of Chronos. This state of being, known by the Greeks as kairos, is a spiritual wisdom that slows the outer signs of aging because the inner life is so fully alive, so present, that vitality radiates outward as youthfulness. Jung's words echo here. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And these women embody that privilege with grace, showing us that true beauty is born of alignment with the self, not resistance against the years. You may have noticed women in their 40s, 50s, or beyond who seem untouched by time, not because they hide it, but because they transcend it. They carry themselves with serenity, a kind of light-hearted joy, and an energy that feels ageless. while younger women often appear burdened and weary under the weight of stress, conflict, and fear. Their secret is not in cosmetics or superficial interventions, but in a spiritual awakening that teaches them to live fully in the now, anchored in presence, unshaken by the past, or anxious about the future. When the soul rests in this eternal dimension, the body reflects that inner harmony with softness, vitality, and light. Science supports this wisdom. Stress and fear accelerate aging, while peace, gratitude, and love protect and preserve youth. What Jung intuited in psychology is confirmed in modern biology. The inner state shapes the outer form, and consciousness becomes the architect of appearance. Living in Kairos transforms aging into a sacred unfolding rather than a slow decline. Each line on the face becomes an imprint of wisdom, each gray hair a mark of dignity, and paradoxically, this acceptance makes them appear younger still. For youth is not the absence of years, but the presence of spirit, and when the soul flows freely, the body responds with grace. Their eyes reveal curiosity, playfulness, and compassion, the qualities of the eternal soul that never grow old. This is the spiritual quality that makes them magnetic, a beauty that does not fade with time but deepens, for it springs not from the surface but from the inexhaustible well of being. Jung would have seen in this the emergence of the self, the wholeness that transcends masks and reveals the radiance of the eternal within the temporary. Such women are living proof that youth is not just a number, but an energy, not a surface, but a depth. Their presence reminds us that time is not merely something to be measured, but something to be entered. And when we live in sacred time, the body becomes a mirror of the soul's eternal dance. Have you ever truly lived in sacred time, where every moment feels meaningful and alive? If you've experienced this, share your story in the comments below so others can be inspired. If not, simply write, "I will live in Kairos," to begin your journey into this timeless flow today. 6. Emotional and spiritual wholeness. Women who carry an aura of timeless youth often reveal a deeper truth that Carl Jung described through individuation, the journey toward inner wholeness. When light and shadow, masculine and feminine energies exist in balance rather than in conflict, they create an inner harmony that radiates outward. This balance is not about denying struggles, but about embracing them. And it is precisely this spiritual integration that shines through their features. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And the women who seem untouched by time are those who have turned their unconscious conflicts into conscious wisdom, allowing peace to replace inner turmoil. Their serenity does not come from avoiding pain, but from transforming it. And in doing so, they protect themselves from the stress that ages both body and spirit. In everyday life, you can recognize this quality in women who may not fit the commercial image of beauty, yet captivate those around them with an undeniable radiance. A mother who has raised children with grace, a leader who guides with both strength and kindness, a woman who has weathered loss, yet still smiles with warmth. All of them show that true beauty is born of depth. Their eyes reveal clarity, their presence inspires calm, and their laughter holds the resilience of someone who has embraced life fully without letting its hardships break her. This glow is not bought or manufactured. It is the fruit of spirituality and spiritual growth, of a heart that remains open and a mind that has learned to bend without shattering. Modern science may explain how chronic stress accelerates aging through hormones like cortisol. Yet Jung saw that the deeper source of aging lies in unresolved emotions, unacknowledged wounds, and the refusal to face one's shadow. Women who look younger are not those who avoid suffering, but those who feel it fully and release it, allowing it to become compassion instead of bitterness, wisdom instead of regret. Emotional maturity means you can dive into life's intensity without drowning in it, and this emotional strength becomes an invisible shield against the wear and tear of time. As the old saying goes, she who learns to bend will not break, and this flexibility allows them to age with grace, carrying the vitality of the spirit into every stage of life. To see their secret clearly is to understand that the glow of youth is not an external mask, but an inner alignment. By embracing both softness and strength, both nurturing and discipline, they create a harmony that radiates beyond physical age. This is the essence of spirituality in practice, not as lofty philosophy, but as a lived reality, where every challenge is transformed into wisdom and every scar into beauty. Their lives remind us that youth is not about resisting time, but about walking gracefully with it, allowing spiritual growth to keep the soul alive and the heart radiant. When you nurture wholeness within, you begin to shine in a way that no clock can measure, and the beauty others admire in them becomes the beauty that flows naturally through you. 7. Science supports the mystery. There are women who seem to defy the natural course of time, carrying within them a light that does not fade with age, and modern science is beginning to reveal the truth behind what Carl Jung and ancient wisdom always understood. The soul shapes the body, and the state of the spirit is written upon the face. Studies in epigenetics and telomeres show that inner calm, joy, gratitude, and a life filled with meaning slow down cellular aging, while stress, unresolved wounds, and constant anxiety speed it up like a silent rust eating away at the body. When a woman cultivates peace within herself, when she lives in harmony with her own truth, her biology follows, and her appearance reflects a youthful radiance that no expensive cream or surgery could ever duplicate. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And this is exactly the hidden quality you witness in such women. They are not fighting against time. They are flowing with it, transmuting every wound into wisdom and every burden into strength, which is why their presence feels lighter, fresher, and more magnetic than their years suggest. Instead of carrying bitterness in their bones or resentment in their eyes, they have learned the art of releasing what no longer serves them, replacing heaviness with forgiveness and emptiness with gratitude. And this inner atmosphere transforms them on a cellular level. A face shaped by constant stress grows hardened, but a face shaped by inner joy softens with grace, and in that softness lies true beauty. It is not vanity, but spirituality that keeps them young. Not denial of age, but an awakening to the timeless energy flowing through them. Look closely, and you will notice their eyes sparkle with curiosity rather than dull resignation. Their laughter is unburdened, and their movements carry an openness that makes them appear years younger than their peers. It is as if their very energy field acts as a shield against the erosion of time, a living testimony to the power of spirit over matter. For men observing this, it becomes clear that this is not just a feminine secret, but a universal principle. Your inner state becomes your outer reality. If stress can corrode your strength, then peace can preserve it. If anger can age you, then forgiveness can renew you. If emptiness can weigh you down, then meaning can lift you up. These women are not anomalies of genetics. They are proof of what spirituality and spiritual awakening can do when lived daily. Their youthful appearance is not only a blessing for themselves, but also a mirror for others, inviting you to reflect on your own life, asking whether you carry stress like a burden or peace like a shield. To truly stay youthful is not to resist the passing of years, but to embody a timeless vitality that grows stronger the more you awaken to who you really are. And this truth is written not only in ancient wisdom, but now etched into the very science of our cells. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you won't miss more insights where science and spiritual wisdom meet. Comment below. My spirit is radiant and timeless. If you believe in this mystery. 8. The symbolic life and timeless beauty. What makes certain women appear younger than their years is not found in genetics, beauty routines, or the fleeting promises of cosmetic interventions, but in something far more profound that Carl Jung described as the radiance of the soul. Their secret lies in living what Jung called a symbolic life, where every moment, whether filled with joy or sorrow, is seen as sacred and transformative. This way of living creates a presence that is magnetic, a beauty that cannot be captured by mirrors or photographs because it is not bound by time. Their faces reveal serenity, their eyes carry light, and their energy feels youthful because they have learned to embrace life with meaning. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And women who live symbolically embody this truth with every breath. Their youthfulness is less a matter of outward appearance and more a reflection of inner alignment, of individuation, where all opposites, light and shadow, strength and vulnerability, find balance within the soul. This harmony creates a spiritual wisdom that radiates outward, making them appear ageless. Their beauty is not fragile or dependent on trends. It is rooted in authenticity, in the courage to accept themselves fully. As Coco Chanel said, beauty begins the moment you decide to be yourself. And these women prove that true elegance and vitality flow from within, from the soul's alignment with its eternal essence. Unlike a society that endlessly chases youth through products, treatments, and false promises, these women do not resist time, they walk with it. Their vitality comes from acceptance rather than denial, forgiveness rather than bitterness, gratitude rather than complaint. Every wrinkle becomes a symbol of laughter, tears, or wisdom, turning the passage of time into art rather than decay. Rumi's words capture this truth perfectly. The wound is the place where the light enters you, and these women shine because they have allowed their wounds to become portals of light. Carl Jung taught that what lies in the unconscious shapes our outer reality, and women who live with this awareness transform not only themselves, but also the way others see them. Their presence reminds us that timeless beauty is not a privilege of the few, but a gift available to anyone who chooses to awaken. When life is lived symbolically, when meaning is drawn from every moment, the soul aligns with eternity, and the body reflects that truth. What you are truly seeing in these women is not simply youth. It is spiritual awakening. the eternal radiance of a soul in harmony with itself. Throughout this video, we've uncovered Carl Jung's profound insight that the radiance of youthfulness is not merely a matter of appearance, but a reflection of a deeper spiritual quality, an alignment of the soul that shines through the body. True vitality comes from the energy you carry, the peace you cultivate within, and the light you allow to guide your path. As you go forward, remember that nurturing your inner life can become the most powerful beauty secret of all. How do you see the connection between inner spirit and outward radiance in your own life? Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join our community here at Spiritual Wisdom, where together we seek the timeless truths that awaken both soul and spirit. Do this just once, and his soul will choose you over everyone else. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. In love, the same truth applies. Authenticity is the most magnetic force of all. When you embody your true essence, without pretending or competing, something extraordinary happens. The right soul feels it and chooses you beyond all reason. Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore how just one shift in your energy can transform the way love finds you. But before we begin, I want to hear from you. Have you ever experienced a moment where simply being yourself drew someone closer without effort? Share your story in the comments below, and let's awaken this hidden power together. 1. The real secret of attraction. True magnetism has nothing to do with flawless looks, eternal youth, or material wealth, because attraction, at its deepest level, is not a game of appearances, but a resonance of energies. When you try to impress, compete for attention, or prove your worth, you unknowingly weaken your essence because you step out of truth and into performance. What captivates a man on a primal and spiritual level is not perfection, but presence, not chasing, but being, not needing, but radiating. Authentic feminine energy is the force that calls him home, because it communicates safety, trust, and authenticity without a single word. Spirituality and spiritual awakening remind us that this energy arises when you live from alignment with yourself, when your body, heart, and spirit move as one rather than scattering to seek validation. A calm presence, a soft breath, an unhurried response. These subtle signals carry more weight than any strategy, because they tell his instincts, you are not a storm of insecurity, but a steady flame of truth. Competing for affection says, I can be negotiated, while embodying your essence says, I am whole as I am. You do not need to be louder to be seen. You need only to be true. Boundaries set with grace, desires expressed with courage, and the ability to receive without apology make you unforgettable. The woman who no longer runs after, but simply lives her truth, becomes rare, because she does not barter her worth for attention. She embodies it. This is why authentic feminine energy is not about playing roles, but about living in integrity with your own spirit. It is the way you listen with your whole being, the warmth in your gaze, the depth in your silence, and the joy in your yes or no that carries the weight of truth. From a Jungian perspective, this is the moment when your inner masculine and feminine integrate structure and flow, clarity and softness, discernment and openness. That inner union creates a completeness that others feel immediately, because wholeness is magnetic. To act from this place, you do not need grand gestures. You need one self-honoring choice that interrupts your old pattern. Perhaps it is waiting before responding, so you answer from truth instead of fear. Perhaps it is saying no to something that dishonors your time. Perhaps it is boldly naming a desire and leaving space for it to be met. The moment you do this once, your body feels relief, your spirit awakens, and your energy shifts from chasing to inviting. This shift is undeniable because it carries the signal of authenticity that men instinctively recognize and respect. It rests instead of grasps. It welcomes instead of demands. And it holds a quiet confidence that no strategy could ever replace. Spirituality and spiritual awakening in this context are not abstract concepts. They are lived experiences of coming home to your center, of allowing your presence to reveal truth before your words ever do. When you embody this, you stop auditioning for love and start radiating it. You stop over-explaining and start being understood without effort. You stop fearing you are too much or not enough, because you know you are exactly enough when you are real. True magnetism is never about dazzling for a fleeting moment. It is about becoming the steady light that makes the right soul choose you, not because you demanded it, but because your authenticity guided him there. Do you believe in the real secret of attraction? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I carry the true magnetism of my soul, and I am chosen. 2. The trap most women fall into. Many women unknowingly fall into a subtle yet painful trap when it comes to love. A trap that has nothing to do with beauty, intelligence, or worthiness, but everything to do with overgiving, trying too hard, and making themselves endlessly available. In their attempts to be chosen, they pour out their time, their affection, and their energy without pause, believing that this sacrifice will earn them love. Yet what happens is the opposite. They become invisible, not because they lack value, but because they disconnect from the radiant core of their true essence. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And in relationships, this wisdom carries even greater weight. When you step outside of your authentic self and lose your boundaries in the hope of being validated, you dim the very light that makes you magnetic. On the deepest level, men are not drawn to perfection, nor to someone who constantly proves her worth by doing more. They are irresistibly drawn to a woman who radiates completeness, who carries within her the quiet confidence of someone rooted in her authenticity. This is not about playing games or withholding affection, but about embodying a state of inner wholeness that cannot be faked. Spiritual wisdom across cultures has long taught that the one who stands in her true essence becomes like a flame bright, steady, and impossible to ignore. Walter Riso called this female magnetic presence, the quality that makes a woman unforgettable, not because she competes, but because she embodies her sacred feminine energy with grace and power. Carl Jung revealed another truth when he said, The soul has an innate drive toward wholeness. When a woman gives to the point of exhaustion, hoping to be chosen, what she is showing is not love, but disconnection from her own wholeness. This creates the very pain of being unseen, because the essence of attraction is not found in sacrifice, but in alignment. A woman who lives in harmony with her authentic self doesn't need to chase, convince, or prove. She naturally draws others to her through the energy she radiates. The paradox is that the less she tries to force love, the stronger her magnetism becomes. Think of a sunflower. It does not beg for sunlight, nor does it twist itself to compete with other flowers. It simply turns toward the light that nourishes it and blooms from its own nature. In the same way, when a woman reclaims her authenticity and stands rooted in her essence, she shines in a way that is undeniable. Men are instinctively drawn to this radiance, not because she is giving endlessly, but because she is whole within herself. The trap of overgiving dissolves when you recognize that you never had to prove your worth at all. What makes a man's soul choose you over everyone else is not effort, but essence. Not the exhaustion of giving more, but the luminous power of being fully yourself. 3. Walter Rizzo's discovery. Walter Rizzo, after many years of study, uncovered something profoundly transformative that he named female magnetic presence, a state of being that cannot be reduced to outer beauty, flawless perfection, or endless competition for attention. What he revealed is that men are not truly captivated by appearances, games, or superficial charm, but by something far deeper. A woman who radiates wholeness, authenticity, and sacred feminine energy that flows from the very core of her being. This kind of presence is powerful because it does not strive to impress, it does not beg to be noticed, and it does not fear being overlooked. Instead, it simply shines with quiet confidence, reminding us of Carl Jung's timeless truth. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. When a woman embraces this state, she naturally embodies strength without aggression, softness without weakness, and confidence without arrogance, creating a balance that the male psyche instinctively responds to with reverence and awe. It is not about becoming more perfect or more available, for paradoxically, those efforts often make one invisible. It is about aligning so deeply with oneself that presence alone becomes magnetic. This is where spirituality and spiritual growth enter the picture, because the essence of this magnetism is not about external validation, but about inner harmony. A woman rooted in her sacred feminine energy no longer feels the need to chase, prove, or perform, because her energy already communicates a message older than words, one that resonates in the subconscious mind and draws others toward her effortlessly. Walter Rizzo explained that this presence cannot be manufactured or faked because it is not an act, but a state of being, a silent power that radiates from truth. Jung himself emphasized that the unconscious mind responds to archetypes, symbols, and energies that bypass logic, which is why this magnetic presence has such a primal pull. It bypasses rational calculation and touches something instinctive, something men recognize without fully understanding why. When a woman embodies completeness, she no longer waits to be chosen, because her presence naturally awakens the desire in another's soul to choose her above all else. In this light, attraction is no longer a game of tactics, but a reflection of spiritual wisdom. The more you nurture your inner self, heal your wounds, and cultivate balance between strength and tenderness, the more your energy communicates that you are whole. You do not demand love, because love is already drawn to you. You do not seek recognition, because your presence commands it without effort. This is the paradox that Walter Risso's discovery highlights. The less you chase, the more you attract. And the more you return to yourself, the more others long to return to you. Carl Jung believed that when we align with our authentic self, we tap into an energy that not only transforms our lives, but also the lives of those around us. A woman who embodies this feminine magnetic presence is like the sun. She does not move to seek the sunflower, but the sunflower turns toward her light. The lesson for you, then, is to stop measuring your worth by how much you give, how flawless you appear, or how tirelessly you try to be chosen. Instead, recognize that your greatest power lies in authenticity, in the completeness of your being, in the spiritual growth that allows you to stand firm in who you are. When you do this, you do not just capture attention, you capture the soul. And in that moment, his heart sees no other option but you. This is the true secret of attraction, one that transcends the surface and reaches into the realm of spirituality, reminding you that magnetism is not about effort, but about essence, not about chasing, but about radiating, not about being perfect, but about being whole. Leave your like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you won't miss any of Carl Jung's powerful insights. 4. The power of sacred surrender. Surrender is not weakness, but the purest form of strength. For it is the moment you stop forcing, chasing, and clinging, and instead choose to trust yourself, your worth, and the natural flow of love. To surrender is to live fully, to place yourself at the center of your own life, and to allow love to meet you where you already stand whole. The paradox is that when you stop trying to be chosen, you awaken a man's deepest instinct to choose you. He senses your independence, your calmness, your quiet power, and this stirs within him something ancient and irresistible, because devotion is always drawn to dignity. When you no longer beg for attention or prove your value, you radiate an authenticity that no performance could ever match. And this is the magnetism of true spirituality in love. Sacred surrender does not mean you no longer care. It means you align your words, your actions, your desires, so that you no longer dilute your truth for the sake of being wanted. You still show up, you still love, you still give, but not from desperation, not from fear of being left behind. Instead, you give from fullness, from overflow, from a place where your joy, your rituals, your friendships, your purpose all stand strong, whether someone is beside you or not. A woman who surrenders in this way is not empty waiting to be filled. She is already overflowing, and that is why love flows to her. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." When you embody that truth, you no longer need to chase, because you have already become magnetic. The essence of surrender looks like an open palm instead of a clenched fist, and an open palm can hold and receive what a tight grip would crush. It looks like resting in your peace rather than running after someone's shadow. It looks like smiling at romance without making it the source of your worth, letting chemistry be a spark but not your foundation, allowing a man to walk the bridge toward you instead of exhausting yourself building it alone. In practice, surrender means answering from authenticity not panic. It means speaking boundaries with warmth and clarity rather than long explanations. It means investing in your body, your mind, your spiritual awakening, so that your radiance is not borrowed from his attention, but generated by your alignment. Each time you resist the urge to control outcomes, you send a clear message to life itself. I trust the timing that protects me. And here is the mystery. Men feel this shift without needing it explained. Your independence feels like safety. Your wholeness feels like rarity. Your calm feels like depth. The man meant for you will step closer, not because you begged, but because your energy left him no choice. He will feel that the only way to experience you is to honor you. When you live this way, something inside you settles. Your nervous system softens, your intuition grows sharper, and your presence becomes a sanctuary. Love then becomes not a frantic search, but a natural arrival, because you have surrendered the illusion of control and claimed the truth of your worth. This is the power of sacred surrender. It is not about losing, it is about choosing. And the moment you choose yourself, love cannot help but choose you. 5. 3 pillars of magnetic feminine energy. True magnetism has never been about flawless beauty, youth, or wealth. It is something far more subtle, something that Carl Jung would say comes from the soul itself, a force that cannot be faked or manufactured because it emerges when a woman lives in her authentic energy. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that the deepest kind of attraction is not born from manipulation or games, but from an energy field that speaks directly to the unconscious mind. And this is why some women, without trying, awaken a man's attention as though his soul has remembered something it had forgotten. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And when a woman dares to live from that truth, she carries an aura that makes her unforgettable, because the masculine recognizes something eternal within her presence, something he cannot find elsewhere. And this recognition is guided by 3 powerful pillars of magnetic feminine energy: emotional independence, conscious presence, and unconditional self-love. Emotional independence is the first pillar, and it is the foundation that makes everything else possible. Because a woman who is whole within herself no longer bends to the winds of validation or rejection. She no longer needs to be chosen to know her worth. And this steadiness is what draws others to her, like a tree whose deep roots withstand every storm. In Jungian psychology, the process of individuation, the journey of becoming whole, is the deepest calling of every soul. And when a woman embodies even a glimpse of this inner wholeness, she becomes magnetic in a way that appearance alone never could, because men sense immediately that she is not demanding to be completed, but instead offering the rare presence of someone who already is. The second pillar, conscious presence, is just as powerful, because when a woman is fully present, she is not distracted. She is not anxiously calculating her next words, and she is not clinging to the man as though her existence depends on him. She is simply here, radiant and attentive, yet still grounded in her own essence. This is not obsession. It is not self-abandonment. It is the ability to bring the fullness of her being into a moment without losing herself inside of him. And this is why her energy feels like sunlight, warm, alive, nourishing, but never desperate. Jung wrote, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And presence is precisely this awakening, the kind that does not come from fantasy, but from self-awareness. Because a woman who is awake in herself awakens the man beside her, reminding him of a deeper way of being alive. The third pillar, unconditional self-love, is the fragrance of the soul that no man can resist, because it radiates without effort, like a flower that blooms simply because blooming is its nature, not because it needs to be admired. To love yourself unconditionally is to release the endless measuring of worth by achievements, by attention, or by comparison, and to accept yourself as a living expression of the divine. In Jung's spiritual wisdom, this is the anima in its highest expression, the feminine principle that heals and harmonizes, not by striving, but by simply being. And when a woman carries this fragrance, she no longer has to chase. She simply exists, and her existence becomes magnetic. This kind of self-love is not arrogance. It is not ego. It is alignment with the truth that you are already whole, already worthy, already luminous. When emotional independence, conscious presence, and unconditional self-love merge into one living reality, they create a field of energy that no man can deny, because his soul feels seen, inspired, and safe in such a presence. This is not manipulation. This is not performance. This is spiritual awakening manifesting in human form. And when a woman lives from this place, she does not have to compete, because the right man feels it in his depths. This is the soul that mirrors him back to himself, the soul he cannot ignore, the soul that his being will choose beyond all logic, beyond all comparison, because it is the recognition of truth. We hope this insight into the three pillars of magnetic feminine energy has inspired you to embrace your authentic power. If you're ready to embody this spiritual wisdom and awaken the radiance within, comment, "I embody magnetic energy," below. Your voice encourages us to share more truths that uplift and transform. 6. Transformation and results. When a woman decides to shift from seeking validation to embodying her true essence, something profound happens. She naturally filters out the men who are immature, insecure, or unwilling to step into the depth of real love. And instead, she begins to attract only those who are prepared for authenticity and partnership. This change is not about playing games or presenting perfection. It is about aligning your words, actions, and presence into one coherent energy that communicates safety, freedom, and respect. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And when you live by this truth, you become magnetic without effort, because your calm confidence, your grace in receiving, and your clarity in boundaries invite a man who values growth and maturity while discouraging anyone who only seeks fleeting attention. Relationships that grow from this space are not shallow connections held together by fear or performance. They are deeper, healthier, and longer lasting because they rest on freedom, mutual respect, and authenticity. You no longer find yourself accepting crumbs of affection or overextending your energy in the hope of being chosen. Instead, you rise as the treasure that a worthy man recognizes and cherishes. This is where spirituality meets the daily practice of love, because every moment you honor yourself, you are engaging in spiritual growth, transforming unconscious patterns into conscious choices, and showing both yourself and others that true intimacy begins with self-respect. You do not chase. You do not plead. You do not overprove. You simply hold steady in your wholeness, and in doing so, you create an energetic filter where only the man ready for commitment and authenticity can meet you. From this shift come practical lessons for your journey. Express your needs in clear and simple words. Observe whether his actions consistently align with his promises. Invest only in what feels mutual and kind, and nurture a life filled with purpose, joy, and friendships so that love adds to your abundance instead of filling a void. The more you live this way, the more your presence becomes magnetic in the truest sense, and the right soul, one who is prepared for partnership, will feel inspired to match you with devotion, consistency, and care. In the end, this is not about winning attention, but about stepping into your sacred power, where love flourishes not because you were chosen, but because you chose to become the fullest expression of who you are. 7. The ultimate lesson. The one thing that makes him choose you above everyone else is not about changing yourself to fit his expectations, but about choosing yourself and living fully in your true feminine essence. When you stop performing, pleasing, or competing to be noticed, and instead honor your authentic self, a profound shift happens. Your energy softens, your confidence deepens, and you radiate a quiet strength that no one can ignore. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." And this truth applies deeply to love. When you turn inward and awaken to your own value, you no longer chase, compare, or play games. Instead, you become grounded in who you are, and this grounded presence is what draws a man's soul to you, because he senses safety, wholeness, and truth in your energy. Loving yourself fully does not make you selfish. It makes you magnetic. When you embrace your worth, you awaken love not only in him, but also in everyone around you. People respond to the vibration you carry, and your self-love becomes a mirror that encourages them to rise higher. Think of a lighthouse. It does not run along the shore, begging ships to notice. It simply shines steadily, and those who need its light are naturally drawn to it. Your self-trust is that light, and the man meant for you is drawn not to your perfection, but to your consistency, your authenticity, and your ability to stand in your own truth. This path, however, requires trust, courage, and the unlearning of old patterns that kept you stuck in fear. Trust means allowing space for him to come closer without rushing or forcing outcomes. Courage means holding your standards firmly yet lovingly, even if it means walking away from what does not honor you. Unlearning means letting go of the belief that love must be earned through overgiving, chasing, or proving yourself. Instead, you learn to rest in your worth, to sit with your emotions without denying them, and to speak with honesty rather than with strategies or tests. When you choose yourself, you stop equating chaos with chemistry and stop confusing attention with love. You begin to see that true connection comes from sincerity, not performance. Your conversations shift from testing and teasing to openness and tenderness. You listen more, you speak with clarity, and you allow silence to breathe instead of filling it with anxiety. Slowly, you embody what spirituality and spiritual awakening truly mean in relationships. Love becomes a path of growth rather than a battlefield of insecurity. You carry yourself with grace, and your presence alone communicates that you are not seeking validation, you are already whole. As you walk this path, your presence becomes magnetic in ways words cannot fully explain. You are calm, radiant, and unshakably authentic. You are not auditioning for a role in someone's life. You are living fully on your own. This is why the man who is meant for you will choose you above all others. It is not because you worked harder, looked prettier, or played the right games, but because you chose yourself first, honored your essence, and let your inner light shine steadily like a lighthouse guiding him home. To seal this ultimate lesson into your heart, affirm your readiness to live it fully. Comment below, "I embrace the ultimate lesson," as a declaration of your growth and an inspiration for others walking the same path. So as we've seen, the secret isn't about beauty, perfection, or competing for attention. It's about embodying your authentic feminine essence and allowing that quiet but powerful presence to speak for you. Carl Jung's insights remind us that true connection is born from authenticity, not performance, and that when you embrace your sacred energy, you naturally draw the right soul toward you. Now I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever experienced the magnetic pull of simply being yourself? Share your story in the comments below, and let's continue this journey of spiritual wisdom together. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us here on Spiritual Wisdom for more insights to guide your growth and happiness. Master your shadow, master your mind. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Carl Jung once said, "Every shadow we ignore within ourselves becomes a silent puppeteer, shaping our thoughts, emotions, and choices without us even realizing it." On Spiritual Wisdom, we believe that mastering your shadow is not about eliminating darkness, but about transforming it into the very fuel that awakens your true mind and spirit. As you listen, I invite you to reflect. What hidden patterns or fears might be guiding your life right now? Share your thoughts in the comments, because the first step toward freedom is daring to name what has been unseen. 1. The shadow. What it is and why it matters. The shadow is not an external demon to be feared, but the hidden side of your own psyche, the place where you've buried emotions, impulses, and traits that you were told were unacceptable since childhood: anger, envy, selfishness, sadness. Yet repressing these parts never destroys them. They remain alive, influencing your decisions, shaping your relationships, and silently dictating the course of your life. Jung's warning rings true. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. The shadow is not evil in nature. It is unconscious, like a locked room in your own house that you refuse to enter. But inside that room is not only pain, it is also power, creativity, and untapped wisdom waiting for you to reclaim it. Many men, well into their 30s, 40s, or 60s, live under its influence without realizing it. They repeat destructive patterns, fall into the same broken relationships, lose themselves in the same conflicts, and wonder why life feels like an endless loop of disappointment. They call it destiny or bad luck, but it is the shadow at work, quietly pulling the strings from the background. Think of it as a reservoir of energy. Denied and ignored, it leaks into your life as uncontrolled rage, jealousy, despair. But faced directly, it becomes fuel for an inner fire that can be directed towards self-mastery, clarity, and purpose. This is why Jung insisted that wholeness does not come from rejecting the shadow, but from integrating it, because only then do you stand in the truth of your full humanity. In today's world, where men are told to hide fear, bury sadness, and never show weakness, the need to face the shadow is even more urgent. Suppressed emotions do not vanish. They build pressure, like a volcano waiting to erupt. And when they do, they destroy families, careers, and inner peace. Spirituality teaches us that light cannot exist without shadow. Both are necessary for wholeness. Spiritual awakening is not about pretending to be eternally positive, but about embracing the entire spectrum of who you are. If you felt restless, lost, or haunted by choices that make no sense, it is the shadow calling, urging you to listen. The path of integration requires courage because it demands radical honesty. It means admitting that you are capable of envy, rage, selfishness, and weakness. But the paradox is this: once acknowledged, these traits lose their destructive power and become tools for growth. A man who denies his anger becomes its prisoner, exploding unpredictably. A man who accepts his anger learns to channel it into boundaries, leadership, and strength. The shadow, once faced, becomes a teacher that sharpens your awareness, reveals your projections, and helps you act with greater intention rather than blind reaction. This practice begins in the smallest moments. Notice when your emotions feel larger than the situation at hand. Ask yourself, what is truly happening inside me? What am I refusing to see? Write it down, sit with it, or speak with someone you trust. Discomfort is not an enemy, it is a doorway. Each time you uncover a hidden piece of your shadow, you reclaim a lost fragment of your soul. Over time, this work leads to clarity, resilience, and a steady center from which no storm can easily shake you. To master the shadow is to accept that you are both light and darkness, both strong and vulnerable, both noble and flawed. This acceptance frees you from the exhausting battle of pretending, of wearing masks, of running from yourself. It allows you to step fully into your life with authenticity, presence, and power. This is more than psychology. It is a spiritual awakening, a return to wholeness that transforms not only how you see yourself, but how you move through the world, shaping your relationships, your work, and the legacy you leave behind. Have you ever faced your shadow and discovered what it was trying to teach you? If so, share your experience in the comments to inspire others. If not, comment "I will face it" so we can walk this path of self-mastery together. 2. The psychological cost of repression. When you repress the shadow within, it does not disappear. It lingers in the unconscious, gathering strength and influencing your life from the darkness. Carl Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Every unacknowledged wound, every denied emotion, every hidden part of yourself continues to act in silence, shaping your choices, your relationships, and even your mental and physical well-being. Anxiety that strikes without warning, depression that drains your spirit, self-sabotage that undermines your goals, sudden emotional outbursts, chronic guilt, and lingering shame are not random weaknesses of character. They are signs of the shadow pressing against the walls you built to contain it. Left unaddressed, repression leads to toxic relationship patterns, cycles of guilt, and a sense of inner fragmentation that makes you feel divided, incomplete, and estranged from your own essence. Repression gains much of its strength through the persona, the mask you wear to survive in society, to win approval, to appear strong or agreeable, even when your inner truth is suffering. Jung described the persona as necessary but dangerous when mistaken for your authentic self. You may laugh when you want to cry, agree when your heart says no, or suppress your anger for fear of being judged. In doing so, you create a polished mask that pleases others but betrays your soul. As Shakespeare once observed, God has given you one face, and you make yourself another. That second face may protect you for a time, but beneath it, your shadow grows restless, leaking into your dreams, your fears, your sudden overreactions, and the choices you regret but cannot explain. Repressed shadow energy behaves like a caged animal, unseen yet powerful, agitated, and waiting for any chance to escape. It reveals itself in moments when you lash out at someone you love over something trivial, when envy bites at you despite your attempts to feel only joy for another's success, or when shame rises suddenly and clouds your sense of worth. These contradictions reveal a deeper truth. What is denied within does not vanish. It grows more insistent in silence. Nietzsche captured this danger when he wrote, "Beware that, when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster." By repressing your shadow for too long, you risk being consumed by the very forces you refuse to face. The path of spiritual wisdom, illuminated by Carl Jung's insights, calls you not to destroy the shadow, but to integrate it, to reclaim the parts of yourself that you abandoned. To admit your anger is to find its hidden lesson in boundaries and courage rather than destruction. To embrace your vulnerability is to discover deeper authenticity and the power of genuine human connection. Integration is not perfection, it is wholeness, and wholeness ends the war within. The mind cannot be mastered while it is divided against itself. Each step you take toward integration weakens the grip of repression. The mask becomes unnecessary because your authentic self can breathe freely without fear of rejection. The shadow becomes less an enemy and more a guide, teaching you strength, compassion, and resilience. What once sabotaged you now empowers you, because in facing what was hidden, you claim the fullness of your humanity. Repression is costly, but awareness liberates. When you dare to face your shadow, you reclaim the freedom to live without disguise, without fear, and without shame. 3. Confrontation, not suppression, is the cure. You must consciously confront your shadow to stop being ruled by it, because every time you try to suppress it, you only give it more power. Though it may feel easier to look away, Carl Jung taught us that you are not just your good side. You are also what you fear most to admit. Facing that fear is uncomfortable, but it is also the birthplace of healing and resilience, the place where spiritual wisdom becomes reality, and where true spiritual growth begins to take root. Think about how this plays out in modern life. A man named David, always calm at work, suddenly explodes when a colleague questions him, not because of the question itself, but because deep down, he still carries the weight of being dismissed and overlooked as a child. The shadow memory of "I am not respected" fuels his anger, and until he turns inward to acknowledge it, the pattern repeats. The moment David stops and admits, "This isn't only about today, it's about old pain I've been carrying," he opens the door to understanding rather than lashing out. And in that single act of honesty, the shadow loses its grip. Jung warned us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. That truth explains why so many of us keep stumbling into the same mistakes. We are not cursed. We are simply unconscious of what drives us. Confronting our shadow is how we break that loop. This practice is not self-condemnation, but self-respect, because the shadow does not only hide wounds, it also conceals gifts. Your anger may contain the courage to protect what matters. Your jealousy may reveal the path your soul longs to walk. Your perfectionism may be reshaped into a pursuit of excellence that inspires instead of shames. When you dare to bring these forces into the light, you stop being torn apart by them and instead become strengthened by them. So whenever you feel a strong reaction, pause and breathe. Name the emotion without judgment. Ask yourself, what is this really protecting? And then listen. Write down the answer. And, if needed, take a small outer step. Apologize, set a boundary, or ask for help. Because integration is not just insight, it is action that heals. Over time, with daily practice, you will notice that you no longer feel hijacked by sudden reactions, that your decisions grow clearer and your energy more grounded. The mind begins to trust you to tell the truth and no longer needs to defend itself with denial. This is how you master your mind by mastering your shadow. The lessons are simple, but life-changing. Facing discomfort is the doorway to growth. Naming your emotions reduces their control. Asking what they protect uncovers hidden needs. Taking small, conscious actions integrates your discoveries. And repeating this practice daily rewires your inner world. When you live this way, you honor your spirituality not with distant ideals, but with real courage. You expand your spiritual growth not by pretending to be pure, but by embracing the wholeness of who you are, and you finally begin to experience the freedom of a life no longer ruled by what you fear to admit. Leave your like, subscribe to our channel Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. And to affirm your commitment to true healing, type in the comments, "I confront my shadow and transform my mind." 4. The role of archetypes in shadow integration. During the process of shadow work, Carl Jung revealed that archetypes are not distant theories, but living forces that rise from the unconscious, shaping our emotions, decisions, and patterns in ways we often fail to notice. They are like invisible actors in the theater of the mind, sometimes guiding us, sometimes deceiving us, but always carrying a lesson. Among the most powerful archetypes that appear are the anima and animus, the self, and the trickster. And learning to recognize their presence becomes a turning point in both spirituality and spiritual awakening. For they can either illuminate your path or pull you back into the very darkness you are trying to escape. The anima and animus embody the inner feminine and masculine energies that live within every person. For men, the anima brings forth intuition, sensitivity, and the capacity to feel beyond logic, qualities that are often repressed in cultures that define masculinity only through toughness and control. To deny her is to deny half of your soul, but to embrace her is to find a balance that makes you more whole, compassionate, and deeply connected to life. The animus, in turn, represents structure, discipline, and decisiveness, helping you act with clarity and conviction when the world demands strength. Together, they act as bridges between the conscious and unconscious, teaching that true masculinity is not rigid dominance, but a dance between softness and strength, logic and intuition, discipline and creativity. When you honor both, you gain the courage to meet yourself fully without fear. Beyond these two figures lies the archetype of the self, the symbol of wholeness and integration. The self is not the ego, it is larger, containing both the light you proudly show and the shadow you try to bury. Spiritual traditions across cultures describe it as the higher self, the divine spark, the soul's true essence. When the self appears, often in dreams, visions, or in moments of crisis that strip away illusions, it calls you to live authentically, to shed the masks that society has forced on you, and to realize that real power lies not in conquering others, but in aligning with your inner truth. To awaken the self is to see that freedom is not the absence of struggle, but the courage to live as a whole being who accepts every part of himself, both the luminous and the dark. Yet shadow work is never without resistance, and that resistance often comes in the form of the trickster. This archetype thrives on inversion, disruption, and ego traps, leading you into self-sabotage or convincing you that you have already mastered yourself when you have only scratched the surface. The trickster whispers through temptation, pride, or complacency, trying to pull you back into old habits just when you are ready to break free. He is not there to destroy you, but to test whether your awakening is real or simply another mask. Many men stumble here, confusing fleeting progress for lasting transformation. But those who learn to recognize the trickster's games gain sharper awareness and deeper humility. In this way, even the trickster becomes a teacher, forcing you to refine your vigilance and deepen your commitment to the path. The anima and animus open the way to balance. The self points toward wholeness, and the trickster keeps you from arrogance and stagnation. Together, they create a map of the psyche, showing that your shadow is not an enemy to be feared, but a frontier to be explored. To face these forces with honesty is to master not only the hidden parts of your being, but also the restless mind that so often controls you. To integrate them is to experience a spiritual awakening that reshapes how you love, how you lead, and how you live. In the very depths of the unconscious, where darkness seems overwhelming, lies the key to becoming the man you were destined to be: whole, awake, and unshakably free. 5. Emotional intelligence through shadow work. When you choose to integrate your shadow instead of hiding from it, you begin to notice a remarkable shift in how you move through life. Because as Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Think of those moments when the smallest comment ignites a storm inside you, or when familiar frustrations keep circling back. These are not random accidents, but signals from the shadow, urging you to listen. When you finally turn toward them with spiritual wisdom, you become less reactive and more self-aware, not by suppressing emotions, but by learning to interpret their deeper meaning. The shadow holds enormous energy that, when ignored, becomes chaos, but when embraced, transforms into clarity, creativity, and emotional balance. Each time you acknowledge a fear, uncover the jealousy beneath your anger, or recognize a judgment that mirrors your own wound, you reclaim psychic energy that was once wasted on hiding. That energy becomes available for your art, your problem solving, your relationships, and the steady presence that draws others to you. This is the turning point where projection loses its grip. Instead of pushing your hidden insecurities or suppressed anger onto others, you pause and ask, what is this reaction teaching me about myself? In that moment of humility, you break free from blame and step into authorship of your life. Jung reminded us that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves, and this truth creates a bridge from conflict to self-knowledge. With practice, authenticity takes root in your daily life. You speak your truth with kindness, feel your emotions without drowning in them, set boundaries with calm strength, and discover that inner peace is not something to chase, but something that quietly arises when you stop pretending. Emotional strength, in this light, is not a hardened shield, but a supple resilience, the ability to hold grief without collapse, to welcome joy without clinging, to face criticism without breaking, and to admit mistakes without shame. Imagine a simple, everyday scenario. Your partner forgets a promise, your coworker interrupts you, or a driver cuts you off in traffic. Instead of reacting with instant heat, you can treat the surge within you as information, not instruction. By naming the feeling, tracing its root, and asking what it protects, you create space to respond with intention, whether that means calmly stating your need, setting a clear boundary, or choosing to reinterpret the situation with generosity. Slowly, these choices accumulate, and your mind no longer feels like a battlefield of impulses, but like a council where every part of you has a voice, and you, the conscious self, hold steady authority. Carl Jung also warned that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. This is the essence of shadow work, not running from darkness, but using it as raw material for growth. When you embrace this process, you transform hidden pain into wisdom, confusion into clarity, and inner tension into creative force. By bringing light into your own depths, you become less reactive and more aware. You stop projecting pain onto others, and you cultivate authenticity that feels natural and unshakable. Through Carl Jung's teachings and the path of spiritual wisdom, the message is clear. True emotional intelligence is born not from escaping your shadow, but from befriending it. Because only then can you unlock the creativity, balance, and quiet strength that were always waiting for you. If you're still with us on this journey of mastering emotional intelligence through shadow work, comment below. I'm aware of my emotions. Your feedback helps us grow and connect deeper with you. 6. Practical daily tools for shadow integration. Every one of us carries a hidden side, what Carl Jung called the shadow. And it is not an enemy to be destroyed, but a part of you waiting to be understood, embraced, and transformed. To keep this shadow integrated requires daily practices that ground you in awareness, honesty, and courage, because real spirituality and spiritual growth are not about escaping what is dark, but shining light into it. Self-observation is the first tool. The art of watching your triggers and reactions with calm attention. When you feel jealousy, anger, or insecurity arise, instead of reacting blindly, pause and ask yourself what deeper wound is being touched. A common example is when a colleague receives praise and you feel overlooked. The irritation is not just about the moment. It is a signal from the shadow, reminding you of an old story about not being valued. By noticing it, you loosen its grip and turn what could have been another cycle of bitterness into a chance for awareness. Reflective journaling builds on this by taking the storm of thoughts and emotions out of your head and placing them on paper. Writing slows you down and forces clarity, exposing repeated patterns you might otherwise miss. Over time, You may see that every time you feel criticized, you retreat or grow defensive. And through writing, you trace this back to childhood moments of rejection. By giving the shadow a voice through your journal, you take away its power to control you from the dark, because what is written is no longer hidden. Dream analysis opens yet another door, because your unconscious speaks at night in symbols and images. A recurring dream of being chased might be your psyche showing you what truths you are avoiding in waking life. When you track and reflect on these dreams, you are in dialogue with the deepest layers of yourself, receiving guidance from within that no outside teacher can give you. Mindfulness then anchors you in the present, teaching you that between stimulus and response lies a sacred pause where freedom lives. If someone cuts you off on the road, your shadow may want to explode in rage, but with mindfulness, you can take a breath and choose patience. It is not about suppressing the anger, but meeting it with awareness, transforming a reflex into a conscious choice. Boundary setting is equally essential, because every time you say yes when you mean no, you feed the shadow of resentment and self-betrayal. Protecting your needs and energy is not selfish, but an act of integrity. When you decline a request you cannot fulfill, you affirm your worth, and in doing so, you prevent hidden anger from festering in the unconscious. Periodic persona check-ins are the final practice, especially relevant in an age where social media constantly tempts us to project masks of success, happiness, or perfection. Asking yourself, "What am I hiding to fit in?" keeps you honest about the roles you play. Perhaps you always act strong when you feel weak, or pretend to be endlessly positive while sadness weighs on you. By noticing these masks, you begin to strip them away and allow your true self to emerge. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that privilege is only possible when the shadow is welcomed instead of denied. The lesson is clear. Observe your triggers to reclaim freedom. Journal to uncover patterns. Study your dreams to hear your soul. Practice mindfulness to meet life with presence. Set boundaries to protect your worth, and question your masks to return to authenticity. These daily tools are not just practices, but pathways back to wholeness, reminding you that mastering the shadow is not about destroying darkness, but about integrating it into light. And in that integration lies the heart of true spirituality and spiritual growth. 7. This is a lifelong journey, not a quick fix. Shadow integration is not a quick solution that you can apply once and be done with. It is a lifelong journey, a discipline that requires patience, honesty, and courage. As you grow, new layers of your shadow surface, revealing aspects of yourself you thought were resolved, but are simply waiting for the right moment to show themselves. You may conquer one form of fear, only to discover another hidden beneath a new responsibility or relationship. You may believe you have overcome anger, only to realize it still lingers when life challenges you in unexpected ways. This is why Carl Jung insisted that the more you evolve, the more refined your awareness must become. Awareness must be sharpened like a blade, because only with clarity can you see the subtle ways your shadow still shapes your choices, your words, and your daily habits. Without this awareness, you risk being controlled by what you refuse to acknowledge. Jung warned that ignoring the shadow invites chronic psychological suffering, and you can see this truth all around you. The man who hides his insecurity behind arrogance ends up alone and misunderstood. The man who refuses to face his unresolved anger distracts himself with work, alcohol, or endless busyness. But inside, he is breaking down. Suppression does not eliminate the shadow. It makes it stronger, a silent master pulling the strings of your life from the dark. This is the tragedy of a man who avoids himself and becomes imprisoned by what he refuses to face. But when you dare to turn toward the shadow and confront it with honesty, something powerful happens. You reclaim your freedom, your strength, and your wholeness. You no longer live as a divided man, one part polished for the world, while another hides in shame and fear. You live as an integrated man, unafraid of the truth that resides within you. The rewards of this integration are profound. By embracing your shadow, you transform weakness into wisdom, fear into power, and shame into authenticity. You begin to walk with a sense of inner authority because nothing within you is being denied. This is the essence of spirituality. It is not about pretending to be pure light, nor about escaping suffering, but about holding both your light and darkness in balance. True spiritual awakening comes when you no longer run from yourself, when you allow every part of your being to be seen, understood, and embraced. The shadow you fear is not your enemy, but the hidden doorway to your liberation. As Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. By making your shadow conscious, you no longer stumble blindly into repeating patterns. You rise above them and take control of your own destiny. This is the work of a lifetime, but it is also the path to becoming a whole and powerful man. 8. Final message: choose truth over comfort. Mastering the shadow, as Carl Jung revealed, is a one-way path. Once you uncover what has been buried in the darkness, you cannot turn back or unsee it. The shadow is not some distant concept. It is the hidden side of your own soul. The parts of you that you deny, repress, or try to bury beneath the polished mask of social acceptance. Yet these denied aspects do not disappear. They sink into the unconscious, shaping your life silently, creating patterns you may mistakenly call fate. Jung's warning echoes here. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Facing your shadow is not about destroying who you are. It is about reclaiming the lost fragments of your spirit and integrating them into your wholeness. Real transformation demands courage, for it asks you to confront not only the parts of yourself that shine, but also the ones that sting the anger, jealousy, grief, and longing you try to hide. These emotions linger like shadows, whispering from the depths, until you finally turn to face them. By stepping into this confrontation, you begin the true work of spiritual wisdom, where spirituality is no longer about light alone, but about making the darkness conscious and using it as a source of growth. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious, Jung reminds us. And it is this courageous confrontation that opens the door to authentic awakening. The shadow, once feared as an enemy, becomes your greatest teacher. It strips away illusions, revealing the truth of who you are beneath every mask, every pretense, every desperate attempt to be accepted. In this raw honesty, you discover freedom. When you have faced the worst within yourself, you become emotionally unshakable. No insult, rejection, or opinion can destabilize you because you have already walked through the fire of your own depths. You begin to live authentically, rooted in an aliveness that others can sense immediately. Those who walk this path radiate presence because they no longer trade their truth for approval. They embody a life aligned with reality rather than illusion. To choose this journey is to choose truth over comfort. Comfort keeps you trapped in the same cycles, but truth liberates you, even if it first burns. This is the essence of spiritual awakening. It is not about ignoring what hurts, but about embracing it, transforming it, and allowing it to shape you into someone fully alive. The question you must ask yourself is simple. Do you want to remain in comfort, or do you want to live in truth? If you are ready, speak it into existence as a commitment to your own growth. Comment, "I am willing to face my shadow," as a declaration that you choose courage, authenticity, and awakening over the illusion of safety. Throughout this journey, we've explored Carl Jung's powerful insight that by facing and mastering your shadow, you unlock the key to mastering your own mind. True growth begins not by denying the darker parts of ourselves, but by integrating them, transforming hidden fears into wisdom and inner strength. As you step away from this video, I encourage you to reflect. What part of your shadow is asking to be acknowledged today? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Your story may inspire someone else on their path. And if this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us here at Spiritual Wisdom for more guidance on your journey towards self-mastery and inner peace. "12 signs only women with mature souls can do." As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we will uncover the 12 powerful signs that only women with mature souls embody, signs that reflect depth, resilience, and wisdom far beyond appearances. These principles are not just observations. They are living truths you can apply in your own journey to grow, transform, and find greater happiness. As you listen, think about which of these signs resonate with you. Have you experienced them in your own life? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear your story, because every reflection adds to our collective wisdom. 1. Unquenchable search for meaning. She cannot be satisfied with material comfort alone, because her soul is wired for something far deeper than possessions, status, or fleeting pleasures. There is within her an unquenchable hunger for truth, a fire that never goes out, and it pushes her to seek meaning in every corner of existence. Spirituality is not a decoration in her life, but the very foundation of her being. And through this endless journey, she experiences what many call a spiritual awakening. Her heart is not stirred by luxury or shallow pursuits. Instead, she finds herself restless in places without depth, yearning for conversations that touch eternity and choices that align with her higher calling. This longing is not born of dissatisfaction, but of recognition. Recognition that life is more than survival and success. That beneath the noise of daily life lies a mystery too profound to be ignored. For this reason, She often walks a path that feels different from others. While many chase comfort, she pursues understanding. While others fill their days with distraction, she carves out time for silence, meditation, and reflection, knowing that wisdom cannot be found in endless noise, but only in stillness. She turns to the words of thinkers like Carl Jung and poets like Rumi, not for intellectual show, but because they echo the truths she feels in her own spirit. She understands that the body will wither, wealth will fade, but the soul continues to evolve, and this awareness shapes every decision she makes. When she speaks, her words carry weight, not because they are rehearsed, but because they flow from a place of lived experience, of having asked and wrestled with questions that many avoid. Her search for meaning gives her a radiance no cosmetic can create, a light that shines through her eyes and infuses her presence with an undeniable energy. Men who encounter her often feel both inspired and unsettled because she does not allow them to remain on the surface. To know her is to be challenged to look inward, to face one's own unanswered questions, to confront the gap between outer success and inner fulfillment. This is why she is unforgettable. She becomes a mirror that reflects not only who you are, but who you might become. She shows that life is not a straight line of achievement, but a spiral of awakening, and those who walk beside her are often pulled into that spiral, compelled to grow, to awaken, to search for their own meaning. Her mature soul carries echoes of many lifetimes, wisdom woven through joys and wounds, victories and losses. That is why she is never afraid of the shadows within herself, for she knows even darkness holds lessons. The unquenchable search for meaning transforms her restlessness into a compass, guiding her toward experiences that elevate not only her, but those around her. She becomes a living example of Jung's insight that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, because her life is a testimony that becoming is not an endpoint, but a sacred journey. And as she continues to seek, she invites others to awaken alongside her, reminding them that true youth, vitality, and beauty are not sustained by resisting time, but by aligning with the eternal flow of the Spirit. Are you ready to embrace the unquenchable search for meaning? If so, comment below, "I choose wisdom," to show your commitment to this powerful journey. 2. Mysterious connection to certain places or times. There are women whose souls are so mature that when they enter a certain place or encounter a tradition, a culture, or even a landscape, they feel an unexplainable recognition rising from within, as though some forgotten part of themselves has returned home. It is not simply nostalgia or imagination, but rather the timeless journey of the soul revealing itself in subtle whispers. Carl Jung, the great psychologist of the unconscious, spoke of how the soul carries the accumulated wisdom of the collective unconscious, holding memories and impressions that extend far beyond the limits of one single life. When such a woman finds herself standing before an ancient temple, walking down the narrow streets of a foreign city, or hearing a melody in a language she does not understand, she does not feel like a stranger. Instead, something deep inside her stirs, a feeling of belonging, of remembering, of knowing without explanation. This is the mark of a mature soul, to experience the present moment not as an isolated event, but as part of a continuum that stretches through unseen time and space. You can imagine how powerful this is. Perhaps she stands at the base of a mountain she has never climbed, yet feels its strength resonate within her own bones. Perhaps she sees a ritual in a faraway land and senses that its rhythm is already inscribed in her heart. These moments are not random. They are signs that her soul has touched these places before, or that it carries within it echoes of lives lived and wisdom gained. This spiritual wisdom is what sets her apart from the ordinary. While most people only see the surface of a landscape or the novelty of a culture, she perceives something sacred woven through it all. As Carl Jung wrote, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." The mature soul awakens precisely because she listens to these signals instead of dismissing them. She honors them as guidance, as reminders that her life is part of a greater whole. Modern society often demands logic, proof, and measurable reasons for every feeling. Yet the woman with a mature soul knows that the deepest truths cannot be reduced to numbers or explained away by science. She recognizes that her mysterious pull towards certain times and places is not an illusion but a gift. It is her soul whispering that life is more than linear progress, more than the clock and the calendar. This is what we call a true spiritual awakening. The moment when you stand beside a river you have never seen before and feel as though its waters once carried your reflection, or when you hear the chants of a tradition you have never practiced yet somehow feel your spirit rise with every note. These are not accidents. They are reminders of the eternal memory the soul carries. Such recognition is not only beautiful, but also transformative. For a woman with a mature soul, it becomes a compass that shapes her choices, her relationships, and her destiny. She cannot ignore the feeling because it is part of who she is. She walks through life not as a passive traveler, but as a guardian of hidden wisdom, carrying the stories of many ages within her. When you meet her, you will sense that she is both ancient and new, grounded yet limitless, and in her presence, something in your own soul may awaken too. You might feel a stirring, a quiet reminder that you are also part of this cosmic story. The poet Rumi once said, "Don't get lost in your pain. Know that one day your pain will become your cure." The woman with a mature soul understands this not because she has read it, but because she has lived it across time. Her mysterious connection to places, traditions, and moments is not bound by logic, but by the eternal thread of memory and spirit. She is not limited to the body she wears or the age she carries. She is living proof that the soul dances across centuries and that its wisdom reveals itself in the most ordinary yet extraordinary encounters. This is the essence of spiritual wisdom, the kind that Carl Jung devoted his life to exploring, reminding us that the soul is vast, timeless, and always ready to awaken in the places where we least expect it. 3. Deep compassion and empathy. A woman with a mature soul carries within her a well of deep compassion and empathy that flows effortlessly, not from obligation, but from her natural awareness of human interconnectedness. Carl Jung spoke of the collective unconscious, a shared reservoir of memory and experience that binds us all. And in her presence, you feel this truth come alive. She feels another's suffering as if it were her own, not because she tries, but because her heart is finely tuned to the subtle vibrations of human emotion. When someone near her is hurting, she does not need words to know it. She senses the weight in their silence, the tremor in their voice, the heaviness behind their smile. and she responds not with pity, but with genuine understanding. Her empathy is not something learned or practiced. It is the essence of her being, a sign of spirituality and spiritual growth that transcends the surface-level kindness often performed in society. In the noise of modern life, where people are buried under work, distracted by screens, and disconnected from one another, such a woman shines like a rare light. She is the friend who checks on you without being asked, the co-worker who notices your unspoken struggles, or the stranger who offers warmth when the world seems cold. Thoreau once said, "Could a greater miracle take place than for us to look through each other's eyes for an instant?" And a woman with a mature soul lives in that miracle daily. Her compassion stretches beyond her circle. She feels the pain of the world, whether it is the grief of a stranger, the injustice of society, or the suffering of the earth itself. She does not turn away from these burdens, but carries them with grace, transforming sorrow into action, showing through her presence that true love is not in words, but in deeds. This depth of empathy, however, is not without cost. To feel so deeply is to carry the risk of exhaustion, and women with mature souls often know the weight of compassion fatigue. Yet, rather than harden their hearts, they choose a different path. They learn balance. They rest when needed, nurture their inner world, and practice self-care, understanding that even the strongest flame must be tended, or it will burn out. In doing so, they teach us that compassion is not endless sacrifice, but wise giving, that the power to heal others must be paired with the wisdom to protect one's own spirit. Her spirituality is lived, not spoken. She reminds us that to truly grow is to embrace both tenderness and strength, to feel deeply without drowning, and to offer love without losing oneself. Sensitivity is not weakness, but sacred power. In a culture that glorifies hardness and detachment, she shows that the ability to feel, to care, and to empathize is the greatest force for transformation. When you meet such a woman, honor her presence, for she embodies the spiritual wisdom that Carl Jung believed could illuminate the hidden truths of our shared humanity. Her life is a quiet lesson. Let compassion guide your steps. Let empathy be your bridge to others, and let your spirituality lead you into growth, healing, and love not only for the world, but also for your own soul. If this message about deep compassion and empathy resonates with you, comment below, "I agree." If you see it differently, share your perspective with, "I don't think so." Let's start a meaningful conversation together. 4. Inner calm in chaos. In moments of crisis, when the world seems to collapse into noise and confusion, she does not lose herself in fear or rush to control what cannot be controlled, for her spirit has been tempered by both light and shadow, teaching her that storms are not meant to break us, but to awaken something deeper within. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And she embodies this privilege fully, for she has journeyed through suffering, heartbreak, and disappointment. Yet instead of letting bitterness shape her, she chose understanding, integration, and trust in life's greater rhythm. Her calm is not a mask she wears to hide her feelings, but a strength born from the quiet knowledge that chaos too has meaning. And it is this unshakable rootedness that sets her apart. When panic fills a room, her presence alone steadies others without words, reminding them that peace is still possible, and in her balance, they find the courage to breathe again. This is not passivity, but an active choice to remain grounded, an energy that transforms fear into trust, uncertainty into clarity. She carries within her the wisdom of the collective unconscious, what Jung described as the timeless memory of the human soul. And this wisdom speaks through her silence more powerfully than speeches ever could. Her calm does not mean she has avoided life's struggles. It means she has embraced them and emerged with grace, refusing to let her wounds define her. She knows the weight of loss and the sting of betrayal, yet she has chosen forgiveness over bitterness, patience over reaction, presence over distraction. That is why, when she stands in the middle of chaos, she is not shaken, because she has already walked through inner storms that most never dare to face. In a modern world obsessed with noise, speed, and shallow solutions, her stillness becomes magnetic, drawing others toward her like thirsty souls drawn to water. Picture a workplace erupting with fear of collapse, or a family torn apart by conflict. She enters not with force, but with presence, and her stability becomes the hidden anchor that holds everyone together. This is the rare beauty of a mature soul. She does not just calm herself, she restores balance to others, becoming proof that true strength is quiet, resilient, and deeply spiritual. Men who encounter her recognize, often without knowing why, that this quality is not common. It is the mark of someone who is awakened, who has chosen to live with depth rather than distraction. And in witnessing her, they too are reminded that real maturity is not about age or control, but about cultivating the courage to remain steady when everything else falls apart. 5. Visionary foresight. A woman with a mature soul carries within her a rare gift that Carl Jung would describe as a reflection of the collective unconscious. And one of the most powerful signs of this is her visionary foresight. She can sense cultural, spiritual, and collective shifts long before they become visible to the rest of the world, as if her inner compass is tuned to the deeper rhythms of life that others cannot hear. While most people only recognize change once it arrives and disrupts their reality, she feels the whispers of transformation in her intuition, like an underground current moving silently before it breaks the surface. This makes her ahead of her time, but also misunderstood, or even isolated, because people around her cannot yet grasp what she already knows in her heart. She learns to carry this solitude with grace, because she understands that truth often appears as a stranger before it becomes common wisdom. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." This captures the essence of her foresight, for she does not rely on the fleeting noise of the external world, but listens to the quiet voice within. By turning inward, she awakens to patterns, cycles, and hidden meanings that most overlook. And this spiritual wisdom gives her the ability to perceive what is about to unfold. She might feel the growing hunger for authenticity when society is still intoxicated by illusions. Or she may notice a return to simplicity while the world is still caught in excess. To others, her insights may sound like warnings or even strange prophecies, but as time passes, they prove to be true. This foresight is not about fortune-telling, but about perceiving the subtle undercurrents of human energy, culture, and consciousness. She feels them before they crystallize into reality. And this is why women with mature souls are often drawn to spirituality and spiritual awakening. They understand that the external world is only a reflection of the inner one, and that collective change begins in the invisible space of thought, feeling, and intention. Such awareness often places them in the role of guides, healers, or teachers, even if they never consciously sought that path. Because people naturally turn to those who can see further than the horizon. Yet this gift does not come without its burdens. To be in a room where everyone is celebrating what you already know is fading, or to warn of a coming storm when others see only blue skies, is to carry the weight of loneliness. But solitude teaches her strength, and isolation becomes a sanctuary where she learns to trust her inner knowing. Rumi expressed it beautifully. Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul, even if you have never walked this way before. In this acceptance lies her power, for she understands that foresight is not a curse, but a sacred responsibility, a call to honor what she perceives even if others are not ready. Over time, this visionary quality makes her magnetic, even to those who cannot explain why they are drawn to her. People feel that she carries a truth larger than herself, a wisdom that transcends time and circumstance, and they sense that her presence itself is a reminder of something eternal. She becomes a beacon for those beginning to awaken, a gentle but firm light that guides others to see beyond appearances. Her ability to embody both patience and conviction allows her to stand in her truth without demanding that others follow, because she knows that time will eventually reveal what her soul already saw. To be such a woman is to live in the paradox of both pain and beauty, carrying the loneliness of being misunderstood, yet the quiet joy of knowing she is connected to something far greater than herself. This is the mark of a mature soul. She does not merely witness history, she feels it in her bones before it arrives, and in carrying this foresight, she becomes a living testament to Carl Jung's insight that those who awaken to the unconscious do not do so for themselves alone, but for the collective. If you believe that visionary foresight is a gift of the mature soul, show your support by liking this video, subscribing to the channel, and sharing your insights in the comments below. Let's grow in wisdom together. 6. Need for solitude. When a woman with a mature soul seeks solitude, it is not because she rejects the world or distances herself from people, but because she understands that her inner world must be nourished with the same devotion that her outer life requires. Solitude becomes her sacred ritual, a sanctuary where she reconnects with her essence and allows her spirit to breathe. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And for women walking the path of spirituality and spiritual growth, solitude is not loneliness, it is awakening. Think of a modern woman balancing work, family, and countless obligations. Her phone never stops buzzing. Colleagues look to her for guidance, and loved ones rely on her strength. Yet within all this noise, she feels a profound pull to step back, to retreat into silence for a while. Maybe she takes a quiet walk under the trees, writes in her journal at a cafe, or simply sits by her window, watching the evening sky. These are not moments of escape, but moments of return to herself, to her soul, to the deep well of wisdom within. Society may pressure her to always be available and endlessly productive, but she knows that her truest productivity, her clearest insights, and her deepest love flow only from stillness. Without these sacred pauses, she risks becoming drained and detached from her essence. When you meet such a woman, you can sense the difference immediately. Her calm presence radiates a quiet strength. Her words carry weight, and her eyes reflect a depth that only solitude can give. This practice is not new. Great visionaries, mystics, and artists throughout history, Rumi, Thoreau, Jung himself, understood solitude as the birthplace of wisdom and creativity. Women with mature souls mirror this timeless truth in their everyday lives. They may decline an invitation not from indifference, but from reverence for their inner sanctuary. And when they re-emerge, they do so renewed, carrying light, healing, and inspiration for those around them. In a world addicted to noise, choosing solitude can look unusual, but it is an act of profound courage. It takes strength to listen to the quiet voice of the soul over the clamor of the crowd. If you, too, feel this need for sacred alone time, honor it without guilt. Solitude is not selfish. It is soul care. Protect your inner space the way you protect your home, and you will discover that far from isolating you, it expands your capacity to love, to create, and to serve with authenticity. The truth is simple, yet powerful. Your moments of solitude are not empty. They are fertile ground where your spirituality takes root and your spiritual growth blossoms. From this space of silence and renewal, you rise stronger, clearer, and more deeply connected to the life you were always meant to live. 7. Detachment from materialism. A woman with a mature soul carries within her a kind of wealth that no possession can rival, because she has long discovered that happiness does not come from what you own, but from who you are. While the world runs after shiny objects, chasing promotions, cars, or luxury brands as proof of success, she stands apart with quiet confidence, knowing that these things can never touch the depth of her being. She may admire beauty, but she does not cling to it. For her heart is not captured by labels or price tags. Her joy rests in simplicity, in living authentically, and in the silent growth of her spirit, because she understands that real abundance is measured not by what fills her home, but by what fills her soul. Her detachment from materialism does not mean she rejects comfort or beauty. Rather, she does not confuse them with meaning. Carl Jung reminded us that individuation is the path of becoming our true selves beyond society's masks, and she embodies that wisdom. She knows money may buy a softer bed, but it cannot buy peaceful sleep. It may open doors of recognition, but it cannot give respect. It may decorate her surroundings, but it cannot decorate her heart. While others may live enslaved by possessions, she moves freely, her worth glowing from within like a steady flame that needs no fuel from the outside world. In today's culture, where social media parades endless images of luxury vacations, expensive gadgets, and carefully curated lifestyles, many lose themselves chasing illusions. Yet a woman with a mature soul sees through this game. She is not impressed by excess, because she knows that behind the curtain of materialism lies emptiness. If you were to walk beside her through a grand store, you would notice that her sense of joy does not rise or fall with the items on display. She may smile, she may admire, but she remains whole with or without them. This detachment makes her magnetic, because people sense in her a freedom they themselves long for but cannot name. Men especially may find her both challenging and inspiring, for she reminds them that chasing status or possessions will never bring the satisfaction they seek. Her presence is like a mirror reflecting back your own restless desires, urging you to consider what really matters. She does not preach, but her life quietly teaches that less is often more, that stillness is stronger than noise, and that the richest treasure lies not in possessions, but in the unfolding of the soul. Her strength lies not in denial, but in choice, not in poverty, but in perspective. She chooses growth over greed, truth over appearances, and meaning over status. Her detachment is her sovereignty, and it allows her to walk in the world without being consumed by it. In her presence, you feel the possibility of your own spiritual awakening, as if her freedom could awaken a freedom in you too. She is proof that material things fade, but the maturity of the soul endures, and she invites you without words, but with her very being, to step into that same truth. If this truth about detachment from materialism resonates with your soul, declare it in the comments. I value wisdom over wealth, and my spirit is free. 8. Affinity with children and elders. A woman with a mature soul carries within her an extraordinary gift that reveals itself in the way she effortlessly bonds with both children and elders, for she sees purity and truth in the young and wisdom in the old. Carl Jung, whose spiritual wisdom continues to guide seekers, once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are," and such a woman lives this truth by moving gracefully between innocence and experience. When she kneels to listen to a child, she does not dismiss their playful stories as meaningless chatter, but instead she honors their imagination as a reflection of an uncorrupted soul still connected to the essence of life. When she sits with an elder, she does not grow impatient with their repetitions or silence, but rather treats each memory as a sacred pearl of wisdom, honoring their journey and the lessons only time can give. This unique ability to embrace both ends of life's spectrum shows that she understands something most overlooked, that the soul speaks through every stage of life, and that both the beginning and the nearing completion of the journey hold truths that the busy middle years often miss. Her presence with children makes them feel seen, understood, and safe, as if she recognizes the eternal light within them, while elders feel a profound respect from her that goes beyond social courtesy, for she acknowledges the weight of their lived experience and the wisdom carved by struggle and endurance. Such a connection is not mere kindness, it is spiritual awakening in motion, because she sees through the illusion of time and recognizes that the soul exists beyond age, carrying both innocence and depth within. Her affinity with children and elders is a reflection of her humility and authenticity, for she does not seek relationships based on power, status, or convenience, but is drawn instead to what is raw, true, and enduring. In children, she finds honesty without masks, and in elders, she finds stories that are mirrors of resilience and grace. Carl Jung believed in the collective unconscious, a timeless well of memory and wisdom, and this explains why a mature soul can move seamlessly between generations, bridging gaps that others cannot. Through her, we are reminded that the soul is not bound by years, but is eternal, that innocence and wisdom are not opposites, but reflections of the same truth expressed at different points in life's circle. The woman with a mature soul becomes a living bridge between the laughter of the young and the quiet strength of the old, embodying Jung's words, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Her life is an awakening to the reality that the most powerful lessons often come not from the noise of the world, but from the voices of those societies that often overlook the purity of children and the depth of elders. And in her ability to honor both, she shows us the essence of spiritual wisdom, teaching us that the soul itself is ageless, timeless, and forever awake. 9. Spiritual orientation. Her spirituality is never confined by dogma or rigid structures, because for her, faith is not a checklist of rules, but a living, breathing experience that flows through every part of her being. She draws wisdom from many traditions, blending insights from ancient philosophies, sacred texts, and personal experience into a way of life that honors the sacred in everything. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And her life reflects this truth perfectly, for she does not chase external validation, but instead turns inward, finding clarity and strength in her own soul. This orientation makes her presence magnetic. She carries an aura of peace that speaks louder than words, showing that true spirituality is not proclaimed but lived. You may notice it when you meet such a woman, the way she listens to you with complete attention, the way she finds meaning in preparing a simple meal, or how she walks through a crowded city yet remains centered, like a calm river flowing through chaos. These qualities are not random. They are the fruit of long years of spiritual growth, of choosing again and again to see life itself as her temple. She does not limit herself to one path, because she knows truth cannot be caged. Instead, she sees every culture, every teaching, and every challenge as another chance to learn and to expand. In her, you will not find judgment or arrogance, but compassion, acceptance, and the ability to see the divine spark in everyone she meets. This is why her spirituality feels so authentic, because it is woven into her ordinary moments. When she wakes to the sunrise, she breathes in gratitude. When she faces hardship, she turns it into a lesson rather than a wound. When she speaks, her words carry weight, not because they are loud, but because they are rooted in experience. Spirituality is not about following rules handed down by others, but about awakening to the sacred that is already around and within you. Spiritual growth does not make you separate from life, but draws you deeper into it, allowing you to see beauty even in the mundane, to remain steady even in storms, and to love without conditions. Ask yourself now, how can you make your life a sacred practice? Can you see your morning coffee as a ritual of gratitude, your walk as meditation, or your relationships as opportunities to honor the divine spark in others? For this is the quiet secret of mature souls. They live each day as both student and teacher, and through their presence remind you that enlightenment is not hidden in distant mountains, but revealed in the simplicity of living with awareness, reverence, and love. If you've connected with this message about spiritual orientation, comment below, "I walk with spirit." Your voice helps us grow together. 10. Depth in the eyes. Her gaze carries a depth that cannot be taught, for within it lives the wisdom of experiences embraced, shadows integrated, and truths that many spend a lifetime avoiding. When you meet her eyes, it feels as if time slows, as if the noise of the world fades, and suddenly you are no longer just looking at a woman. You are looking into a mirror that reflects your hidden battles, your silent victories, and the corners of your soul you often keep concealed. It is why some find her presence unsettling, while others find it healing, because being seen in this way is to be recognized beyond masks and appearances, beyond roles and achievements, at the level of spirit itself. Carl Jung spoke of the soul's journey toward wholeness, reminding us that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And in her gaze, you can feel the truth of that, because she does not turn away from darkness. She has embraced it, transformed it, and now carries it as quiet power in her eyes. Men who encounter such a woman often describe the sensation as if her eyes hold 1,000 stories, not just of this life, but of many lifetimes, as though she is connected to something ancient and unshakable. There is no need for her to explain, because her eyes speak a silent language of endurance, compassion, and understanding that words can never fully capture. You sense in her a kind of timelessness, the mark of someone who has walked through pain and beauty alike, and who has allowed those experiences to carve wisdom into her very being. When she looks at you, it is not a casual glance, but a quiet invitation to drop the armor, to let go of the noise, to face the truth of who you are and who you might become. In the modern world, where attention is scattered and connections are often shallow, her gaze feels like an anchor. It pulls you out of the endless chase for more success, more possessions, more distractions, and brings you back to yourself. There is an almost spiritual gravity in her presence, a reminder that life is not only about the external, but about the inner landscapes that shape everything we do. It is no accident that such women are rare, because to reach this level of maturity requires courage, patience, and a willingness to embrace solitude, to face heartbreak, to grow from wounds instead of hiding them. Her eyes reveal not only her own journey, but also awaken within you a call to begin or deepen your own. To be looked at by her is to stand before a living embodiment of spirituality and spiritual awakening, for she carries in her gaze the balance of shadow and light, the weight of silence and the promise of truth. Some men recoil from it because they are not ready to be seen in such fullness, while others are drawn closer, finding comfort in being recognized without judgment. But for anyone who dares to meet her gaze fully, it becomes a transformative experience, one that stirs the soul and reminds you that the deepest connections are not formed through words, but through presence, honesty, and the courage to look both outward and inward without turning away. 11. Strong intuition. Her intuition is not just a passing feeling, but a deep inner compass that guides her through life with clarity and strength, often more accurately than logic itself. While the world around her hesitates, doubts, or calculates endlessly, she trusts this inner voice that speaks from beyond reason, and time and again it proves to be right. Carl Jung once said, "Intuition is perception via the unconscious," and this truth describes her perfectly, because her knowing does not come only from her personal experience, but from a vast reservoir of spiritual wisdom connected to the collective unconscious. It is why she can step onto paths others avoid, make choices that seem irrational to the outside world, and yet watch those very choices unfold into profound correctness. In everyday situations, this gift reveals itself clearly. She may feel a quiet certainty about which relationship nurtures her soul and which drains her, about when to move toward a new opportunity or when to close a chapter, about which people to trust even before they show their true colors. Others may spend days analyzing every possible option, but she simply listens within, and her intuition delivers guidance that logic cannot match. It does not mean she is never questioned or doubted, but even in the face of skepticism, she understands that betraying her intuition would be betraying her very essence. This trust is not arrogance, but alignment, born of many experiences where her inner knowing saved her from mistakes others fell into. Carl Jung described such souls as bearers of echoes of ancestral wisdom, archetypes, and timeless truths, and her intuition is nothing less than that wisdom rising into consciousness. Albert Einstein captured this balance when he said, "The intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a faithful servant. She honors reason, yet she never lets it silence the sacred gift of her intuition. And it is this balance that gives her presence an aura of depth and power, as though she sees through layers of reality others cannot." Everyone has felt the sting of ignoring intuition, trusting someone who later betrayed you, staying in a situation that drained your spirit, or walking down a path you knew deep down was wrong. The mature soul has lived these lessons too, but unlike most, she quickly learns to refine her listening. Each experience strengthens her trust in that still voice within, until her faith in it becomes unshakable. Spiritual awakening has taught her that the universe whispers first, and only when you ignore the whispers does it shout through chaos and pain. That is why she listens early, avoids unnecessary suffering, and walks a path aligned with her destiny. Strong intuition is the sign that defines her essence and sets her apart. It is the silent language of her soul, the channel through which spiritual wisdom flows, and the force that gives her direction even in times of uncertainty. Carl Jung reminded us, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The woman with a mature soul has already begun this work. She listens, she trusts, she transforms intuition into awareness, and awareness into strength. This is why, though her life may not be free of challenges, it always carries a depth, a meaning, and a spiritual power that cannot be shaken. 12. Penetrating understanding of human nature. A woman with a mature soul carries within her a rare gift, a penetrating understanding of human nature that allows her to see beyond appearances and into the hidden truths that others conceal. She notices what most overlook: the quiet sorrow behind a smile, the insecurity masked by confidence, the anger that hides unhealed wounds. This clarity becomes her protection, for she is not easily deceived, yet it also makes her heart softer, for she understands that beneath every mask lies a story of pain. Carl Jung once observed, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." Through her inner awakening, she develops the ability to awaken compassion rather than judgment, choosing to respond with empathy where others might condemn. Yet this extraordinary vision often leads her into a kind of sacred loneliness. While the world thrives on facades and superficial connections, her soul hungers for authenticity, for depth, for honesty that few are ready to give. She can be surrounded by people and still feel a distance, as though she is tuned into a frequency no one else hears. But instead of being a burden, This solitude becomes the soil where spirituality grows stronger. In silence, she learns to embrace her own depth, to anchor herself in divine truth, and to walk through life with a heart that understands without needing words. Her loneliness transforms into strength, reminding her that spiritual growth sometimes requires walking paths that others fear to tread. In the modern world, you may have seen her without realizing it. She is the colleague who senses the unspoken tension in a meeting, the friend who notices the weariness in your eyes before you admit it, the quiet presence who offers a kind word that soothes wounds you never shared aloud. People call it intuition, a sixth sense, but it is truly the wisdom of a soul that listens beyond what is spoken. Her insight is invisible yet undeniable, shaping her actions and creating ripples of healing wherever she goes. This is not a gift meant to expose others. It is a sacred responsibility to nurture, to guide, and to protect. The deeper lesson is that when you cultivate your own spiritual growth, you begin to see life differently too. You stop being fooled by appearances and start recognizing the humanity behind every facade. You learn that your gift of perception is not for judgment, but for understanding, not for superiority, but for service. As Rumi said, the wound is the place where the light enters you. Just as she sees the hidden wounds of others, she has learned to embrace her own pain as the doorway to wisdom. She carries the scars of experience, but instead of bitterness, she radiates compassion. To walk with such awareness is to live with both burden and blessing. For true maturity of the soul means seeing clearly while choosing to love anyway. A woman with this gift knows that her insight is not meant to isolate her, but to illuminate the path for others. She reminds us all that behind every mask, there is a heart longing to be understood, and behind every facade, there is a soul searching for healing. Her very presence teaches us that spirituality is not about escaping the world, but about entering it with eyes wide open, with the courage to see, and with the compassion to heal. If this insight into human nature resonates with you, affirm your wisdom by commenting below, "I see beyond the surface." Your words may inspire others to look deeper into the truth of who we are. As we've explored today, Carl Jung reminds us that the presence of a mature soul shines through in unique ways, whether it's wisdom that transcends age, compassion that touches others deeply, or the ability to see life with clarity and grace. These 12 signs are not just traits to recognize in others, but principles we can all strive to embody for our own growth and fulfillment. By embracing these qualities, you invite more peace, purpose, and happiness into your daily life. Which of these signs resonated with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear your experiences. And don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss insights that inspire your journey. Carl Jung's Synchronicity, the hidden patterns that shape your life. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we explore the fascinating idea of synchronicity and the hidden patterns shaping your life. These moments are not mere coincidences. They are meaningful connections between your inner world and the universe around you. Imagine what could change if you recognized and applied these principles to your daily life, how much clarity, growth, and happiness might unfold. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own experiences of synchronicity and share them in the comments below, because your story might be the missing piece of wisdom someone else needs. 1. Jung's early visions and the birth of synchronicity. As a child and young adult, Jung was haunted by intense dreams, startling visions, and strange phenomena, such as objects breaking on their own. At first, these experiences filled him with fear, making him question his own sanity. Yet beneath the terror was a profound realization. Life was not ruled purely by chance. These events seemed to follow a deeper rhythm, pointing toward patterns that were invisible yet meaningful. What others might have dismissed as accidents, Jung began to interpret as signs of connection between the inner world of the psyche and the outer events of reality. This awakening marked the beginning of his lifelong quest to understand the unconscious and its mysterious dialogue with the physical world. He came to see that dreams, visions, and even the smallest coincidences could hold messages that bridge spirit and matter, revealing an order that reason alone could not explain. Far from madness, these early experiences became doorways into a larger truth that the unconscious is not only personal, but also collective, shaping and reflecting the universe itself. Through this lens, spirituality became not an escape from life, but a deep engagement with its hidden structure. Jung's early visions remind us that what we fear as chaos may actually be the first glimpse of higher intelligence at work. Each synchronicity, each meaningful coincidence, carries with it the potential for spiritual awakening, showing us that the world is alive with purpose. When we learn to read these patterns, as Jung did, we begin to understand that our lives are not random, but guided, unfolding through a delicate dance between psyche, spirit, and reality itself. 2. Collective unconscious and archetypes. Carl Jung realized that his own visions echoed great world events like the First World War, and from this he developed the idea of the collective unconscious, a hidden layer of the human psyche that belongs not just to the individual, but to all of humanity. Within it live archetypes, universal patterns of meaning such as the hero, the mother, the shadow, and the wise old man. These archetypes are not inventions of culture, but timeless images that shape how people think, feel, and act, surfacing in myths, stories, dreams, and even the choices we make. They are invisible frameworks that guide spiritual development, connecting us to the experiences of countless generations before us. Jung also showed that archetypes are tied to synchronicity, those mysterious, meaningful coincidences when inner experience aligns with outer events. A sudden meeting, a recurring dream, or an unexpected sign at the right moment are not accidents, but messages from the deeper fabric of life. They reveal that your personal journey is woven into something greater, and that spirituality is not separate from daily events, but alive in the very patterns you encounter. By recognizing these moments, you begin to see life not as random, but as filled with purpose, where every coincidence has the power to guide you toward growth. Archetypes teach that the shadow is not to be feared, but to be faced, for within it lies wisdom, that the hero's path is your own, inviting you to overcome trials and rise to your higher self, and that the wise old man appears whenever you are ready to receive guidance, whether through a mentor, a book, or an inner voice. Synchronicity, in turn, invites you to pay attention, to ask what message is being revealed, and to align your choices with the deeper truths unfolding in your life. Through the collective unconscious and the archetypes within it, Jung revealed that human beings are not isolated, but deeply connected to one another and to the universe itself. Every dream, symbol, and coincidence becomes a doorway to greater awareness, reminding you that your life is part of a vast and meaningful design. By honoring these hidden patterns, you step into spiritual development, awaken wisdom, and discover that your journey belongs not just to you, but to the collective soul of humanity. Do you feel the pull of the collective unconscious and the archetypes shaping your path? If you believe this truth, comment with faith, "I awaken to the wisdom of the collective unconscious." 3. Synchronicity as a principle beyond causality. Synchronicity is not a random coincidence, but a meaningful pattern that reveals the hidden intelligence of life. Carl Jung used this word to describe events that are not linked by cause and effect, yet are bound by meaning, showing us that psyche and matter are two sides of the same fabric. He called this the unus mundus, the one world where inner and outer reality are connected. When you think of a person and they suddenly call, or when a symbol appears at the exact moment you need guidance, these are not accidents, but invitations to see that life itself speaks in signs. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Jung reminded us, and synchronicity is one of the ways the unconscious becomes visible. This principle challenges the narrow belief that everything must have a material cause. It suggests that meaning itself is a form of connection, that your inner world and the outer world move in alignment beyond time and space. To notice synchronicity is to awaken to the reality that life is not mechanical, but intelligent, not chaotic, but intentional. Every symbol, every dream, every encounter can carry a message meant to guide your growth. Jung showed that the psyche holds an intelligence that interacts with the universe in ways rational logic alone cannot explain, and that to live wisely is to pay attention to this dialogue between soul and cosmos. Recognizing synchronicity transforms the way you see yourself and your journey. It tells you that you are not alone, that your steps are part of a larger design. When you embrace these moments, you develop spiritual wisdom, learning to trust your intuition and to align with the deeper order shaping your path. Synchronicity turns life from a series of disconnected accidents into a story of connection, reminding you that every experience has the potential to awaken, transform, and reveal the hidden patterns shaping your destiny. 4. Science, spirituality, and alchemy. Jung recognized synchronicity as a profound bridge between science, spirituality, and alchemy, showing that life is not random, but deeply interconnected. In quantum physics, the observer effect revealed that consciousness can influence outcomes, and Jung saw this as evidence that the mind and the material world are intertwined. He linked this to the Hermetic principle, as above, so below, teaching that the patterns of the cosmos mirror the patterns of the human soul, and that inner transformation is always reflected outward. For him, synchronicity was not coincidence, but a sign of the hidden order uniting the seen and unseen. a message calling us toward deeper spiritual awakening. His study of Eastern texts, such as The Secret of the Golden Flower, expanded this vision, where Taoist wisdom described inner alchemy and the balance of opposites. Jung found in mandalas a living expression of the psyche's drive for harmony, symbols of wholeness that unite light and shadow, yin and yang, conscious and unconscious. These images demonstrated that spiritual growth is achieved not by denying parts of ourselves, but by embracing and integrating them into a greater whole. They revealed how the soul naturally moves toward balance and order, mirroring the cosmic design that shapes existence itself. Through this synthesis of science, spirituality, and alchemy, Jung showed that synchronicity is both a psychological truth and a spiritual law. Just as quantum theory suggests the observer plays a role in shaping reality, Jung believed awareness tunes us into currents of meaning that bring the right people, experiences, and revelations at the right time. Every synchronistic event is a reminder that your life is part of a larger tapestry woven with purpose, guiding you toward wholeness and awakening. By understanding these hidden patterns, you are invited to live with greater awareness, to see every moment as infused with meaning, and to recognize the harmony between your inner journey and the vast intelligence of the universe. 5. Synchronicity in therapy and daily life. Carl Jung revealed that synchronicity is not a random accident, but a bridge between inner experience and outer reality, showing us that life moves according to hidden patterns. In therapy, he often used this principle to help patients break free from rigid, rational thinking and to open themselves to deeper truths. The famous golden scarab incident illustrates this perfectly. A patient shared a dream about a golden scarab, and at that very moment, a scarab-like beetle appeared at the window. When Jung presented it to her, the shock of that alignment shattered her disbelief, proving that life carries meaning beyond logic. For Jung, true healing was never limited to the mind alone. It had to touch the entire person, body, mind, and spirit, because real spiritual development comes from recognizing that our lives are part of a greater cosmic pattern. Synchronicity transforms how we see our struggles. Instead of treating them as random burdens, Jung encouraged us to view them as meaningful signs, guiding us toward growth and wholeness. When we notice how dreams, encounters, and repeating symbols align with our inner states, we realize that life is a living dialogue between our soul and the universe. This is where spirituality deepens through the awareness that we are not separate, but intimately connected to a larger intelligence. Jung once wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." In the same way, synchronicity transforms us, because every significant moment of alignment becomes an invitation to awaken. In daily life, synchronicity can appear as a chance meeting, a song lyric that speaks directly to your heart, or a repeating number that reassures you of your path. These moments are not coincidences. They are reminders that you are guided and that your journey has meaning. They reveal a mirror between the psyche and the universe, showing that reality is not chaotic, but purposeful. By paying attention, you step more fully into spirituality, because synchronicity calls you to awaken, to align with your higher self, and to consciously engage in your own spiritual development. The more you listen, the more you recognize that you are never alone. The universe is always speaking, always guiding, always shaping you toward transformation. Stay connected with our community of spiritual wisdom by subscribing to our channel. Here, we explore Carl Jung's synchronicity and reveal how hidden patterns can guide your daily life and even transform therapy. Remember, you are deeply connected to a greater order, and every sign you notice is a reminder that life is filled with meaning and guidance. 6. The 5 types of synchronicity. Warning synchronicities arrive as life's alert system, guiding you before pivotal or stressful events unfold, showing up as sudden signs, recurring names, or unusual patterns that nudge you to pay attention. They echo the Hermetic principle of cause and effect, reminding you that nothing happens by chance and that awareness gives you the power to prepare before the storm arrives. Confirmation synchronicities, on the other hand, appear to reassure you that you are aligned with your path, whether through repeating numbers, timely encounters, or symbols that echo your inner desires, embodying the Hermetic principle of correspondence that is within you, reflects back from the world around you. Prophetic synchronicities speak through symbols, visions, and dreams that carry hints of what is to come, giving you glimpses of future shifts and guiding you with foresight. They resonate with the principle of vibration, teaching that everything is energy and that the psyche communicates through patterns that reveal meaning when you learn to listen. Manifestation synchronicities occur when thoughts and desires take form in the physical world, proving that your mind is not just a private space, but the architect of your reality. They reveal the principle of mentalism, showing that focused thought, charged with emotion, eventually crystallizes into experience. Opportunity synchronicities emerge at the intersection of preparation and timing, when doors suddenly open in ways that perfectly match your readiness. These moments demonstrate the principles of polarity and rhythm, where cycles of challenge give way to cycles of opportunity and obstacles shift into pathways of growth. All 5 types, warning, confirmation, prophetic, manifestation, and opportunity, illustrate that synchronicity is not mere coincidence, but a language of intelligence and spiritual wisdom woven into the fabric of life. By learning to recognize and trust these patterns, you move from passively experiencing life to consciously co-creating it, seeing that every sign, every encounter, and every moment carries meaning. 7. Self-realization through synchronicity. Jung described individuation, the process of becoming your true self, as a circular journey symbolized by the mandala, where synchronicity serves as a guide leading the ego toward the self. Within this circle, every meaningful coincidence becomes a signal, reminding you that life is not random but patterned with deep significance, revealing that your inner world and the outer cosmos are intimately connected. When you begin to notice these patterns, you realize that each encounter, each moment of alignment, is a message calling you closer to wholeness. Synchronicity is more than chance. It is the universe reflecting your inner state back to you, showing that spirituality is not an abstract belief, but a lived experience of harmony between mind and world. A sudden meeting, a phrase heard at the exact moment you need it, or a challenge that forces growth all serve as evidence of this hidden order. By aligning yourself with these signs, you begin to move with life rather than against it, awakening to the truth that you are part of a larger design. As this awareness deepens, creativity flows more freely. Relationships reveal hidden lessons, and even obstacles transform into opportunities for growth. The journey becomes less about control and more about trust, as synchronicity teaches you to see meaning in every twist of the path. Each return to old experiences offers new understanding, drawing you closer to the self, just as the mandala's circle draws all lines to its center. In this way, self-realization emerges not through force, but through surrender, as synchronicity unveils the unity of soul and cosmos and guides you into the heart of spiritual awakening. And so, as we reflect on Carl Jung's insight into synchronicity, we are reminded that life is filled with hidden patterns waiting to be noticed. These moments are not random. They are invitations to trust the flow of life and to listen to the deeper wisdom that surrounds us. If this message has inspired you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming explorations into the mysteries of the soul and the universe. When the narcissist realizes the empath has learned their language. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. In today's episode on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore one of the most powerful turning points in human relationships. The moment when the empath finally learns to speak the narcissist's unspoken language. This isn't about manipulation or revenge. It's about awakening, about seeing through illusions and reclaiming your emotional freedom. Have you ever noticed how, once you understand someone's patterns, they can no longer control you? That's the moment Jung called illumination, when awareness replaces confusion. As you listen, reflect on your own relationships and ask yourself, have I been reacting to someone else's script, or am I ready to write my own? Share your thoughts in the comments. Your insight may be the very key that helps another empath awaken. 1. The moment of awakening. When an empath begins to understand the narcissist's psychological language, their patterns of manipulation, emotional control, and unspoken strategies, a profound shift takes place. The balance of power begins to crumble, and the game that once kept the empath trapped starts to dissolve under the light of awareness. This is the sacred moment Carl Jung described as the meeting of the conscious and the unconscious, the instant when you finally see what has been hiding in plain sight. The empath, who once reacted with guilt, fear, or over-explaining, now pauses, observes, and responds with quiet detachment. That silence, the very silence the narcissist once used as a weapon, becomes the empath's new strength, an act of spiritual rebellion that says, I see you, but I no longer serve your illusion. This is the moment of awakening, where spirituality and psychology merge into one powerful realization. You can't heal someone who benefits from keeping you confused. The empath, once ruled by compassion without discernment, begins to embody conscious empathy, an empathy rooted in truth, not fantasy. You start to recognize that every guilt trip is a mirror reflecting your own unhealed need for approval. Every charm offensive is a test of your inner boundaries. Every silent treatment is an invitation to return to your own inner peace. The narcissist's tactics don't vanish, but they lose their potency because your energy no longer feeds the cycle. This is not revenge, it's liberation. Jung called it individuation, the process of becoming whole by integrating your shadow, your pain, and your light into one unshakable presence. And yet, this shift is not without turbulence. When the narcissist senses that their control is slipping, they often escalate using emotional chaos as a last attempt to pull you back into the web. They may provoke, manipulate, or withdraw entirely, hoping your old fears will resurface. But something in you has changed. You no longer seek validation in the storm. You have found it in stillness. What once felt like punishment now feels like proof of your growth. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, not the absence of darkness, but the mastery of how to stand in your light without needing to extinguish anyone else's. Through this new lens, the empath begins to see energy as it truly is: vibrational, transparent, and interconnected. You realize that what you once mistook for love was often control disguised as affection, and what you once offered as healing was actually self-sacrifice born from a wound. True spirituality teaches discernment, to love without losing yourself, to forgive without re-entering harm, to hold compassion without becoming someone's emotional host. You stop chasing closure from people incapable of honesty because your inner clarity becomes the closure. You stop explaining your worth to those addicted to power because your calm presence now speaks louder than any defense. The narcissist, faced with this transformation, is left standing before a mirror they can no longer manipulate. The empath they once drained has become self-contained, radiating an energy too balanced to exploit. Their usual tactics of blame, projection, and flattery no longer land because consciousness cannot be deceived. This is not the empath's revenge, but their resurrection. The energy that once spiraled in confusion now flows upward in awareness. The empath's frequency rises, and with it, the illusion of control shatters completely. What remains is a quiet sovereignty, a peace so deep that it becomes untouchable. This is the higher truth of spirituality. When awareness expands, manipulation dissolves, and the awakened empath no longer reacts. They simply exist in truth, radiant, free, and beyond the reach of shadow. Have you ever recognized the exact moment your soul woke up, when you finally saw through manipulation and chose your peace instead? If you have, share your story in the comments below to inspire others on this path of awakening. If not, comment, "I'm ready to awaken," and let this be the moment you step into your own power. 2. Manipulation as control of inner territory. Carl Jung revealed that the narcissist's communication is never about intimacy. It's about power. Their charm, their silence, their sudden bursts of anger are not spontaneous emotions, but strategic tools designed to invade and dominate the empath's inner territory. They study your responses, mirror your emotions, and manipulate your compassion until it becomes a leash around your soul. The empath, by nature, wants to heal and understand, but this very instinct becomes the narcissist's playground. Every gesture, every word, every silence from them is a means of control, a way to make you question your own worth, doubt your own memory, and slowly surrender your sense of reality. Yet there comes a sacred turning point in spirituality and spiritual growth the moment the empath awakens. When you finally recognize that their patterns are mechanical, not personal, you step outside the game. You begin to see their manipulation as a reflection of their own emptiness, not your inadequacy. Their charm no longer enchants, their silence no longer intimidates, and their rage no longer defines the rhythm of your heart. When you reach this level of awareness, you start to see their behavior as a system, predictable and repetitive, lacking the depth it once seemed to have. You realize that they don't want connection, they want control. Their compliments are currency, their affection is a transaction, and their pain is a weapon. But once your perception sharpens, you stop reacting. You stop explaining yourself. You stop needing to prove your purity to someone who profits from your guilt. This is the first breath of freedom, the awakening of your inner authority. Jung described this as individuation, the process of becoming whole by withdrawing your energy from the illusions of others. You begin to master the art of inner neutrality, the ability to stay calm even when provoked. This calmness is not weakness, it's sovereignty. It confuses the narcissist because their entire identity relies on reaction. When you refuse to play their emotional game, their control dissolves like smoke. Now, you operate from presence, not fear. You speak less, but see more. You feel their projections, yet refuse to absorb them. You understand that every manipulation they attempt is a mirror reflecting where they are still unhealed. And through this understanding, you transmute pain into wisdom, reaction into awareness. Spiritual growth teaches you that you cannot fight darkness by entering its arena. You dissolve it by holding your light steady. The narcissist loses power not because you fought back, but because you stopped needing to prove that you were good. You stopped letting their behavior define your peace. You learned that empathy without discernment becomes self-betrayal, and compassion without boundaries becomes captivity. In this awareness, you reclaim your mind, your energy, your inner sanctuary. The narcissist may still perform their illusions, but you no longer attend the show. What once ruled you now reveals itself as empty repetition, and you, the empath, evolve beyond their reach. No longer a target, but a mirror, too clear for deception to survive. Comment below. I protect my inner peace. If you're ready to take back control of your emotional territory and no longer let manipulation define your energy. 3. Individuation and shadow literacy. Recognizing manipulation is not just an act of awareness, it is the birth of individuation, the sacred process Carl Jung described as separating your true self from the unconscious influence of others. When you begin to see through manipulation, you awaken to both the narcissist's darkness and your own hidden wounds, the craving for approval, the fear of abandonment, the confusion of chaos with love. This moment of clarity is not about judging them. It's about realizing how deeply you once allowed someone else's shadow to dance with your own. Until you make the unconscious conscious, Jung said, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Every time you notice manipulation and no longer react as before, you're taking back your power from fate itself. You're no longer a passive participant in someone's psychological drama. You're the witness, the observer, the one who has finally learned the language of the shadow. And this is what spiritual wisdom truly means. Not escaping darkness, but reading it fluently. When you learn the narcissist's language, you begin to understand the structure of their tactics, their guilt trips, silent treatments, and emotional traps, and something shifts inside you. You stop dancing to their rhythm. The hooks that once pulled you into endless cycles of emotional chaos now lose their grip. Their anger, their charm, their sudden affection no longer confuse you, because you can see the machinery behind it all. You've stopped reacting, and that's when they panic. They sense the energetic disconnection. They feel your peace as a threat, your clarity as rebellion. But this is not revenge. It's evolution. The moment the empath stops absorbing pain and starts reflecting truth, the dynamic collapses. The narcissist no longer sees a mirror. They see a mystery they cannot manipulate. Yet the deeper truth is that this awakening is not just about them. It's about you, meeting your own shadow with compassion. The reason you once tolerated manipulation wasn't weakness. It was unhealed love. You mistook saving others for loving yourself. You thought peace was found in keeping the harmony, even when it cost your soul. But now, you see that empathy without boundaries becomes self-betrayal. The spiritual awakening Carl Jung spoke of is not soft or sentimental. It's fierce clarity wrapped in grace. You begin to realize that you can love people and still walk away, that you can forgive them and still protect your energy. You no longer confuse understanding with tolerating, nor peace with silence. When the empath learns the narcissist's language, they no longer need to speak it. They've transcended it. Their silence becomes their message. Their boundaries become their protection, and their stillness becomes their highest vibration. You stop trying to prove your worth because you finally remember that you were never meant to beg for love that must be earned through suffering. The real battle was never against the narcissist. It was between your wounded self and your awakened self. And once the awakened one takes the lead, manipulation loses all meaning. To see through illusion is to become free from it. That is the moment when your peace is no longer a strategy, it becomes your natural state. You no longer seek validation from others, because the only approval you need is your own awareness. You are no longer defined by the shadows you've survived. You are illuminated by the light you've reclaimed. 4. The recognition crisis. When the narcissist realizes they have been decoded, their entire sense of self begins to collapse like a fragile mask exposed to truth. This is what Carl Jung referred to as the dark night of the soul, a stage of deep psychological and spiritual crisis where the false self can no longer sustain its illusions. For years, the narcissist has hidden behind manipulation, charm, and control, constructing a facade to protect themselves from their own inner void. But when that mask shatters, when their language of guilt, silence, and emotional warfare no longer controls the empath, they are forced to confront the emptiness they've spent a lifetime running from. Their entire identity, once built on power and validation, begins to dissolve. What follows is not just emotional chaos, but a spiritual reckoning, where shame and suppressed wounds rise from the depths of the unconscious, demanding to be seen. In spirituality, this collapse is not punishment. It is the beginning of awakening. The moment the soul is stripped of illusion so truth can emerge. In that moment of exposure, the narcissist feels an unbearable tension between who they pretend to be and who they truly are. The manipulative strategies that once ensured dominance, gaslighting, silent treatment, emotional triangulation, lose their potency when the empath stops reacting. The empath, through their own spiritual awakening, has learned the unspoken code of manipulation and no longer feeds the narcissist's ego with emotional energy. This shift creates what Jung might call a psychic inversion. The power dynamic flips, and the narcissist finds themselves lost in a maze of their own projections. They begin to see that the game is over, that control no longer grants them safety, and that the person who once absorbed their pain now reflects it back like a mirror. It's a terrifying revelation because it exposes the narcissist's dependence on others for identity, a truth they can neither accept nor escape. Some respond with rage, others with denial, and a few disguise their collapse behind spiritual language, claiming to be enlightened while still avoiding the inner work that true transformation requires. Jung warned about this illusion, calling it spiritual inflation, when the ego uses the language of spirituality to maintain its superiority rather than surrender to humility. The narcissist may begin quoting wisdom or adopting spiritual postures, but their energy reveals the truth. Beneath the surface lies unhealed shame, masquerading as enlightenment. Yet even this false awakening serves a purpose. Every facade that fails brings them closer to the moment of surrender, when they must finally confront the darkness within. True spirituality, after all, does not bypass pain, it transforms it. Meanwhile, the empath stands as both witness and survivor of this unraveling. Their own journey is one of emotional liberation and evolution from codependency to consciousness. They realize that peace does not come from fixing the narcissist, but from reclaiming their power and refusing to participate in energetic manipulation. Their compassion becomes mature, guided by discernment rather than guilt. They understand now that real love cannot exist without boundaries, and that spirituality is not about saving others, but preserving the sacred connection to their own soul. As Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." The empath has made the unconscious conscious. They no longer dance to the narcissist's tune because they have remembered their own rhythm, the rhythm of truth, awareness, and self-respect. In this recognition crisis, both souls stand at a crossroads of transformation. The narcissist, stripped of illusion, faces the abyss of self-knowledge that could either destroy them or set them free. The empath, having transcended the cycle of control, enters a higher state of spiritual awakening, where awareness replaces reaction and peace replaces chaos. This confrontation between shadow and light, ego and soul, is not the end, but the sacred beginning of authenticity, where manipulation dissolves and consciousness becomes the only language left to speak. Don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on mastering emotional awareness and understanding the hidden psychology behind human behavior. 5. The dark mirror temptation. As the empath begins to awaken, there comes a powerful temptation hidden within the shadows. The urge to use the narcissist's own tactics against them, to return the silent treatments, the guilt trips, and the emotional manipulation that once caused so much pain. It feels almost justified, as if turning their own darkness back upon them could restore balance. But Carl Jung warned of this dangerous illusion. He called it shadow possession, the moment when the soul, in trying to defend itself, becomes entangled in the very darkness it sought to overcome. The empath may believe they are reclaiming their power, but what truly happens is that they begin to mirror the very energy that once enslaved them. It is not liberation, but imitation disguised as control. And this is where the real spiritual test begins. The path of spiritual growth demands awareness without imitation, strength without cruelty, power without domination. It's easy to think that awakening gives you permission to fight fire with fire, but true mastery means refusing to become what wounded you. When the empath evolves, they realize that their gift is not in manipulation, but in perception, the ability to see through illusion without losing compassion. The moment you start to control or punish as they did, your light dims, your energy becomes reactive, and you unknowingly feed the very system of control you once escaped. Jung's wisdom reminds us that what you resist persists, and when you resist the narcissist by playing their game, you remain bound to them energetically. Real power is silent, not because it fears confrontation, but because it no longer seeks validation from the same darkness it has already transcended. To be awake is to observe their behavior without absorbing it, to respond with calm awareness instead of emotional retaliation. This is where spirituality transforms into strength, when your energy no longer bends to their chaos. You stop reacting, and in that stillness, something miraculous happens. Their control evaporates. You become untouchable because your peace can no longer be manipulated. That is the true language of the awakened empath, not words of revenge, but the vibration of inner equilibrium. You learn to see through their patterns, to recognize their pain without inheriting it, to set boundaries not from anger, but from sacred self-respect. Yet the shadow still whispers. It tempts you with the satisfaction of making them feel what you once felt. It tells you that justice is mimicry, but imitation is spiritual decay. It's the soul forgetting its own light. Jung understood that the greatest danger is not the existence of the shadow, but identification with it. When you identify with the shadow, you lose your authenticity, your softness, your essence. But when you acknowledge it consciously, when you can say, "I see this darkness in me, and I choose differently," you transform it. You turn poison into wisdom, wounds into insight, pain into power. That is the true alchemy of the empath's journey. So the lesson is clear. Awakening is not about revenge. It's about transcendence. You don't win by outplaying the narcissist. You win by outgrowing the game. The empath's highest power lies not in manipulation, but in mastery, not in controlling others, but in governing one's own inner world. That is the essence of spirituality, to stand in awareness so complete that nothing external can shake your peace. When you understand this, you no longer wish to make them suffer. You simply rise beyond their reach, grounded in truth, glowing in quiet strength, free at last from the need to mirror their darkness. 6. Conscious detachment and intuitive immunity. Healing truly begins when you learn the art of conscious detachment, the ability to see manipulation without letting it penetrate your soul. You no longer drown in other people's chaos, nor do you take responsibility for emotions that aren't yours. Instead, you become the observer, calm and aware, able to read the language of control without reacting to it. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, It will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Through spiritual wisdom, you start recognizing how much of your pain was simply unawareness, mistaking empathy for duty, compassion for submission, and love for endurance. But as your awareness expands, you begin to see clearly that healing is not about proving your goodness. It's about reclaiming your peace. This clarity gives birth to something deeper than intuitive immunity. It's an invisible shield formed not by resistance, but by deep understanding. You start sensing toxic energy before it enters your emotional space. You no longer explain yourself to those committed to misunderstanding you, nor chase validation from those who thrive on your confusion. You stop reacting, not because you're weak, but because you've outgrown the game. Jung believed that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. And that truth becomes your quiet weapon. Each manipulation attempt becomes an opportunity to strengthen your emotional mastery. You realize that your calm unnerves those who once thrived on your chaos, and your silence speaks louder than any defense you could ever give. As this inner transformation unfolds, emotional sovereignty becomes your natural state. You stop needing to fix, to please, to rescue. You begin to honor your own rhythm, guided not by guilt, but by intuition. Spiritual wisdom reminds you that empathy without boundaries is self-destruction disguised as kindness. So you start loving differently, not less, but wiser. You can hold compassion and still walk away. You can understand someone's pain and still protect your energy. You no longer confuse endurance with loyalty. You have learned that peace is not avoidance. It is presence without attachment. And when a narcissist realizes you've learned their language, something profound happens. Their tactics lose power because your consciousness no longer feeds their illusion. You see through their charm, their guilt trips, their emotional bait, and instead of reacting, you simply detach with grace. They speak in manipulation. You respond with silence. They seek drama. You offer stillness. Jung called this the process of individuation, the moment when you integrate shadow and light, no longer defined by projection or fear. You become your own source of validation, no longer swayed by emotional storms around you. This is the sacred turning point where an empath becomes untouchable, not through coldness, but through clarity. Conscious detachment allows you to love without losing yourself, to care without carrying what's not yours. Intuitive immunity becomes your spiritual armor, forged through experience, compassion, and truth. You have stopped being reactive and started being responsive, moving from emotional chaos to divine composure. That is the silent revolution of awakening when peace becomes your language and presence becomes your power. If you've reached this point, it means you're learning the power of conscious detachment. Comment below, "I'm centered," to affirm your emotional freedom, and don't forget to subscribe for more. Carl Jung inspired spiritual wisdom to strengthen your intuitive immunity. 7. Healing and relearning authentic connection. The empath's true healing begins when he starts to unlearn the very strategies that once kept him alive. The constant hypervigilance, the people-pleasing, the quiet anticipation of someone else's moods. These patterns were armor once, but now they are chains. And in the journey of spirituality and spiritual awakening, freedom begins when you no longer confuse survival with love. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. This truth echoes deeply for the empath, who has spent a lifetime navigating chaos as if it were normal. When you stop trying to manage everyone's emotions and finally face your own, you begin to speak a new emotional language, one built on honesty, vulnerability, and mutual respect. It feels strange at first because peace feels unnatural after so many years of internal storms. Yet it is in this strangeness that transformation takes root. As you begin to heal, something inside you resists. The silence feels heavy. The calm feels suspicious, and your nervous system searches for the familiar turbulence it once called home. You may even crave conflict because peace feels too still. But this discomfort is sacred. It is the body learning that safety does not mean danger is coming, and that love does not have to hurt. In this space, your spirit begins to remember its natural rhythm. Slow, grounded, steady. The constant scanning for danger fades, and instead of reading others to survive, you start listening to yourself to live. That is the beginning of authentic connection, not built on fear, but on presence. In this stage, spirituality stops being an idea and becomes an experience. You start to notice that true love requires no performance, no rescuing, no sacrifice of self. The empath who once carried the world on his shoulders learns that peace is not emptiness. It is power. The more you honor your truth, the more your relationships change. Some people fall away from those who needed your chaos to feel significant, but in their place come connections rooted in equality and respect. Jung called this process individuation, the integration of shadow and light. The moment when you stop chasing validation and begin living from your own center. This relearning is not gentle. It will test your patience as you rebuild your sense of self without guilt. You will notice how your body relaxes when you are no longer pretending, how your mind clears when you stop explaining yourself to those committed to misunderstanding you. Slowly, the urge to fix others dissolves, replaced by the desire to simply be whole. This is how the empath reclaims his energy, not by closing his heart, but by keeping it open only to what is true. And in that quiet, something profound happens. You feel peace, not as a temporary relief, but as a state of being. The empath, who once lived in reaction, now lives in alignment. The chaos that once defined you no longer has power because you have learned to understand its language and no longer respond to its tone. This is spiritual wisdom in motion, the realization that healing is not becoming someone new, but remembering who you were before the world taught you to shrink. It is a homecoming to yourself, a return to authenticity where connection flows naturally, without fear, without control, without masks. And though it feels unfamiliar, it is the truest form of peace your soul has ever known. 8. Individuation and collective healing. When the empath reaches the point of individuation, something profound happens, and your compassion becomes conscious. You no longer absorb everyone's emotions as your own. You begin to understand that love without limits is not love, it's self-erasure. This new awareness transforms your energy. Instead of reacting to pain, you respond with clarity. Instead of trying to fix what's broken in others, you hold space for them to choose healing. Carl Jung called this the essence of human evolution, becoming a whole individual capable of loving without losing the self. In this sacred maturity, empathy no longer drains you, it grounds you. Your presence no longer feeds manipulation. It reveals it. You start attracting people who respect your energy, who meet you where you stand, not those who feed off your light. This is spirituality in action, learning that compassion is not about suffering with others, but shining in front of them so they can find their way. As you embody conscious empathy, your nervous system softens, your inner world steadies, and your voice returns. The anxious need to explain, to fix, to be understood begins to fade. You start hearing your authentic voice again, the one that was buried under guilt, noise, and people-pleasing. The old hooks that used to pull you into others' chaos lose their power. You are no longer reactive. You are rooted. This is the subtle but powerful shift from survival to sovereignty, from confusion to conscious choice. Jung saw this as a turning point in the collective psyche, where humanity evolves not by dominance, but by awareness, not by manipulation, but by authenticity. You realize that freedom isn't found in controlling others. It's found in outgrowing the need to. And as your inner world transforms, the outer world responds. Your peace becomes magnetic. Your silence becomes your statement. And your energy begins to filter who can truly walk beside you. Those who cannot match your frequency fall away, not because of rejection, but because resonance no longer allows distortion to stay. Every boundary you hold is a declaration of self-respect, and every act of self-respect ripples outward, teaching others how to love without control. This is how individual healing becomes collective healing. Your example shows that it's possible to be soft yet strong, kind yet firm, spiritual yet discerning. True spirituality is not escape, it is embodiment. It is the art of returning to yourself so deeply that your very presence becomes medicine for the world. In this awareness, manipulation no longer tempts you, validation no longer defines you, and chaos no longer fascinates you. You are free, not because you've mastered the game, but because you've stepped outside of it. You've remembered your authentic rhythm. You live not to please, but to align. You love not to earn, but to express. That is the real victory. The moment when empathy matures into wisdom, when compassion gains backbone, and when the soul finally remembers its own sacred language. That is spiritual growth in its truest form, the awakening that teaches you that the most powerful healing begins when you stop trying to save others and start embodying the wholeness that saves the world through you. When an empath learns to see through manipulation, something profound happens. Peace replaces reaction. Awareness replaces confusion. As Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The moment you recognize the patterns, you reclaim your power. Let this be your reminder that healing doesn't mean hardening. It means learning the language of truth. So, in your daily life, notice what energy you respond to and choose presence over reaction. Have you ever experienced that moment when someone's control no longer works on you? Share your thoughts in the comments. Your story might awaken someone else's light. And if this message from spiritual wisdom spoke to your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and keep walking your path of awareness and inner strength. The 7 archetypes that reveal your true self. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung's timeless words remind us that true transformation begins within. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore the 7 archetypes that reveal your true self and guide you toward personal growth and happiness. As you listen, think about which archetype speaks to your own journey. Could it be the hero, the sage, or perhaps the creator? Share your reflections in the comments, because your insights may inspire someone else walking the same path. 1. Persona, the mask. The persona, often called the mask, is one of Carl Jung's most profound insights into human nature. And when viewed through the lens of spirituality and spiritual awakening, it becomes more than just a psychological concept. It is a mirror of how we navigate the world and a reminder of the delicate balance between protection and truth. The persona is the social face we create to move safely through society. A mask carefully shaped by culture, family, and expectation so that we may function as workers, friends, leaders, or children in harmony with others. It is not inherently false, for it often helps us build trust, form relationships, and create pathways of belonging. But its danger lies in the illusion that the mask itself is who we truly are. Too often, people confuse this role with their essence, and what was once a bridge becomes a prison, silencing the authentic self behind layers of performance. To understand this more deeply, picture how you move through a single day, bold and efficient at work, gentle and playful at home, contemplative and honest in solitude. None of these are lies, yet none of them capture the full truth of your being. They are masks' expressions adapted to the environment, but the soul remains greater than any single role. Jung warned that when we cling to the persona as identity, we abandon the richness of the inner life, surrendering depth for approval. This is why spiritual wisdom reminds us that awakening requires not the destruction of the mask, but the recognition of its proper place. The persona is a bridge, not a destination, a doorway through which the self can carefully engage the world while still holding to its eternal essence. In practice, this means pausing to notice when you are over-identifying with a role, asking yourself in difficult conversations, am I speaking from my truth or from fear of rejection? It means observing moments of people-pleasing where the mask grows heavy and choosing instead a small act of authenticity, a sentence that reveals your true values, a boundary set without apology, or a pause to breathe before replying. These simple practices loosen the grip of the persona and remind you that while masks may shift, your core remains unchanging. When the persona is kept in its rightful place, you adapt without losing yourself, connect without collapsing, and protect without pretending. This shift is not merely psychological, but spiritual, for it awakens the nervous system to rest, drains away resentment that comes from living behind false layers, and allows the creative current of the self to flow freely again. The moment you reclaim the mask as servant rather than master, you begin to feel a deeper alignment, where your outer life reflects your inner truth. Journaling about moments when the persona felt too tight, practicing honesty in one small interaction, or breathing into stillness before presenting yourself to others all become acts of spiritual awakening that transform everyday living into a practice of self-realization. And as you master this first archetype, you prepare yourself to meet the deeper truths of the shadow, the anima and animus, the wise guide, the trickster, the hero, and ultimately the self, each one unveiling another layer of spiritual wisdom and carrying you further on the path of awakening into the wholeness of who you truly are. Comment below. I remove the mask and embrace my true self. If you are ready to step beyond the persona and live authentically. 2. Shadow, the hidden self. The shadow, as Carl Jung revealed, is not a monster hiding in the dark, but the hidden self that carries repressed fears, unspoken desires, unacknowledged impulses, and yet also holds the very strengths and gifts you have not yet discovered. It appears when you lose control in moments of anger, jealousy, or fear, when dreams confront you with strange and unsettling symbols, or when you notice yourself trapped in cycles of sabotage and repeated mistakes. It feels like an enemy working against you. But in truth, it is a part of you waiting to be seen, acknowledged, and integrated so that you may become whole. Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And this is why the shadow must be faced, because ignoring it gives it power, but embracing it sets you free. Every overreaction is a whisper from the shadow. Every destructive habit, a signal of what you have hidden, and every dream filled with haunting images, a message calling you to look within. This hidden self does not exist to punish you. It exists to teach you, to reveal what you have not yet healed. The journey of spirituality and spiritual awakening often begins here, by daring to look at what has been suppressed. Though uncomfortable, this confrontation liberates you, because only when you recognize your shadow do you begin to reclaim the energy, passion, and creativity that have been locked away with it. Jung saw this process as the path toward individuation, the integration of light and dark, where you stop pretending to be only what is acceptable and instead embrace the totality of who you are. The shadow is a room within your soul filled not only with fears, but also with treasures, and to keep the door shut is to remain incomplete. To open it is to find both the wounds that ache and the wisdom that heals. This is why great thinkers, artists, and visionaries often transform their pain into their most powerful creations. Rumi once wrote, "The wound is the place where the light enters you," and this is the essence of shadow work. The very places you avoid are the same places where your deepest growth and transformation can occur. What you resist continues to control you, but what you accept transforms into strength. By meeting your shadow with honesty and compassion, you awaken a new level of consciousness where you are no longer a victim of unconscious forces, but a conscious creator of your destiny. The shadow reveals itself in the cracks, in the wounds, in the hidden desires. And when you dare to embrace it, you step closer to wholeness. Carl Jung's timeless spiritual wisdom teaches that the shadow is not a curse, but a mirror, not an enemy, but a guide. And the moment you integrate it, you discover your truest self, the self that is both light and dark, broken and whole, human and divine. Comment below, I embrace my hidden self. If you're ready to face your shadow and step into your true power. 3. Anima/animus, inner feminine and masculine. The anima and animus, as Carl Jung described, are among the deepest truths of the human psyche. For they are the inner archetypes that connect your conscious self with the vast ocean of the unconscious, and they show that spirituality and spiritual growth are not about choosing one side of yourself, but about bringing harmony between both. For men, the anima is the hidden feminine within, the energy of sensitivity, intuition, emotional depth, and inspiration that society often teaches them to silence. Yet when honored, it allows them to feel more deeply, to create more authentically, and to connect with others beyond logic alone. For women, the animus is the inner masculine, the archetype of reason, structure, direction, and determination that, when embraced, gives her strength to stand firm in her truth, clarity to pursue her vision, and discipline to bring her dreams into reality. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and you cannot truly become yourself until you allow these inner counterparts to work together rather than against one another." When men suppress their anima, they often become overly rigid, cold, or detached, unable to process emotions with compassion, while women who deny their animus may feel powerless, hesitant, or lost in dependence on others. But when you integrate these two forces, balance is born. This is why every relationship in your life acts as a mirror, showing you the anima or animus qualities you have not yet accepted in yourself. Spirituality reminds you that the people you love or resist often embody the very traits your soul is asking you to embrace. Instead of projecting unmet needs or unhealed wounds onto others, spiritual growth invites you to reclaim these qualities within and transform relationships into sacred opportunities for harmony and depth. A man who honors his intuition alongside logic becomes not only intelligent, but visionary, while a woman who unites her compassion with strength becomes not only nurturing, but also a leader capable of inspiring and guiding others with wisdom and clarity. This inner marriage of masculine and feminine energy is the key to living as a whole being. For love cannot be fully given or received if parts of yourself remain rejected or unseen. Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And the anima and animus are precisely the unconscious forces waiting to be recognized so you can reclaim your destiny. Wholeness is the goal, for wholeness unlocks creativity, peace, freedom, and authentic love. When you embrace the anima and animus, you discover that your soul was never divided. It was only waiting for you to unite its halves, so that strength flows with sensitivity, reason moves with intuition, and direction walks hand in hand with inspiration. This is the path of integration, the path of true balance, and the essence of spirituality and spiritual growth. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on balancing your inner feminine and masculine energies with Carl Jung's timeless insights. 4. Hero, the inner warrior. The hero, the inner warrior, is the force within you that dares to rise when everything inside trembles. The courage that walks into storms instead of hiding from them. The fire that faces chaos not as an enemy, but as a teacher. This archetype represents the raw bravery to confront fears, crises, and uncertainty. And it teaches us that true strength is never the absence of fear, but the conscious decision to move forward while fear lingers in the background. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual awakening, the hero becomes a symbol of transformation, because every struggle you endure is not punishment, but an initiation, a necessary burning away of the false self, so that the truest version of you may emerge. Like iron tempered in fire, the ego you once clung to built on approval, perfection, or protection crumbles, making space for the birth of an identity rooted in authenticity and wholeness. To walk the hero's path is to step willingly into discomfort, to name the dragon that guards the gate of your destiny, to face not only external battles, but the shadows within you that whisper doubt, shame, or limitation. The hero reminds you that individuation, the process Carl Jung described as becoming whole, requires meeting the unconscious with open eyes, refusing to bury your wounds, and learning to integrate them into your story. This is why the hero's journey is not just a myth, but a living truth. The fall and the rise, the death of the old self and the rebirth of the new, the descent into darkness and the return with wisdom. Each challenge, each heartbreak, each betrayal becomes a training ground, teaching you to regulate your emotions, to stand firm in your values, to set boundaries that protect your sacred energy, and to take bold action even when clarity has not yet arrived. The hero lives in your daily choices the moment you speak your truth instead of staying silent. The moment you try again after failure whispers, "It's not worth it." The moment you choose integrity over approval. The moment you show up for your own life even when no one is watching. In these small acts of bravery, you begin to embody the hero's essence, transforming not only yourself, but also inspiring others who see your light. And as you continue this journey, you come to realize that the true battle was never about conquering the world outside, but about conquering the resistance within. Because the hero's victory is not loud triumph, but quiet mastery, the strength to keep walking, the faith to keep believing, and the willingness to die to who you were in order to become who you were always meant to be. Did this inspire your inner warrior? If so, comment hero below to keep growing together on this journey. 5. Great Mother, the origin. The Great Mother, as Carl Jung described, is one of the most powerful and timeless archetypes because she embodies the mystery of creation itself. She is the nurturing womb of life, the source of protection, fertility, and abundance, the gentle embrace that allows existence to flourish, and the soil from which all growth arises. In her presence, you feel the deep comfort of unconditional love, the kind that holds and sustains you even when the world outside feels harsh and uncertain. Yet at the same time, her shadow is unavoidable. For the Great Mother is not only the giver of life, but also the taker, the force that can suffocate, consume, and destroy. Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that every archetype holds this paradox, that in order to truly awaken to the depth of life, we must be willing to embrace both its nourishing and its devastating sides. To understand the Great Mother is to accept the rhythm of nature itself, where life and death are inseparable, and creation is born only through destruction. Just as the seed must break apart before it can grow into a tree, so must certain parts of ourselves die for new aspects of our being to come alive. The way up and the way down are one and the same, said Heraclitus. And this truth reflects the very heart of the Great Mother archetype. She teaches us that endings are not final, but necessary, that death is not an enemy, but the hidden doorway to rebirth. In this way, she carries both tenderness and terror, both comfort and challenge, because to remain in her embrace forever would mean stagnation. Yet to resist her cycles is to deny the essence of growth itself. In your own life, you may have felt her presence in the warmth of care that allowed you to thrive, perhaps through a parent, a mentor, or life itself offering you protection. But you may also have encountered her shadow when that same care became controlling, when protection felt suffocating, when love turned possessive. This duality is not a flaw, but the essence of her nature, for she embodies the totality of existence, not just its pleasing aspects. Jung once said, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all in a certain sense insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown." The Great Mother reflects this truth. She does not provide easy answers, but demands that you grow through paradox, that you stretch beyond comfort and accept the cycles of birth and death, gain and loss, nurture and destruction. The lesson she carries is one of profound spiritual awakening. To walk with the Great Mother is to recognize that you are part of an eternal dance, that within every loss lies the seed of something new, and within every beginning is the whisper of an ending. She is the fertile earth and the storm, the giver of abundance and the destroyer of illusions, the loving embrace and the fierce push toward transformation. To resist her is to cling to illusions of permanence, but to accept her is to step into the flow of life itself, where you learn to trust that every destruction clears space for renewal, and every ending opens the path for rebirth. This is the paradox of her archetype, the spiritual wisdom Carl Jung revealed, that only by holding the opposites together can you awaken to the wholeness of your own soul. 6. Divine Child, the new beginning. The divine child is not just a poetic image of innocence, but the deepest reminder that within you lives a power of renewal that never dies. A light that rises even in the darkest hours of your life, carrying with it the promise of rebirth and new beginnings. It appears after seasons of chaos, after moments when everything seems broken, and whispers to your soul that the story is not over, that healing and growth are still possible. This archetype represents the pure center of your being, the untouched essence that carries both vulnerability and resilience, the quiet voice that reminds you of your future potential when all else feels lost. It is the spark of creativity, the seed of joy, and the sacred innocence that allows you to dream again, even after disappointment, to love again, even after betrayal, and to trust life even after storms have swept through your existence. Carl Jung often spoke of the child archetype as both fragile and immensely powerful, because it embodies the paradox of human life. It is delicate, yet it holds within it the strength to renew the entire self. When you connect to the divine child, you connect to that unshakable core of hope that chaos cannot destroy. It is not about blind naivety, but about the courageous purity that refuses to let despair be the final word. Just as the earth renews itself in spring after the long silence of winter, your spirit also holds an eternal rhythm of regeneration, and the divine child is the force that awakens it. It teaches you that spirituality is not a straight road, but a cycle of endings and beginnings, and that every setback, no matter how painful, carries within it the seed of transformation. It reminds you that true power is found in the ability to begin again, to release the old wounds, and to step forward with faith into a life not yet lived. As Rainer Maria Rilke beautifully expressed, "And now we welcome the new year, full of things that have never been," pointing to the truth that each moment holds infinite possibility when seen through the eyes of the child within. This archetype calls you to protect your innocence, to preserve your capacity for wonder, and to nurture the fragile but powerful beginnings of transformation with tenderness and care. The divine child also carries a profound lesson about healing. Sometimes growth requires you to return to simplicity, to listen more closely to your inner voice, and to honor the needs of your soul with gentleness. It invites you to accept vulnerability, not as weakness, but as the sacred doorway through which rebirth enters. When you allow yourself to begin again, you align with the natural rhythm of life itself, where dawn always follows night, and renewal always follows destruction. By embracing this archetype, you learn that chaos is not your enemy, but the soil from which new life emerges, stripping away what no longer belongs so that your truest essence can shine through. The message of the divine child is that no matter what you have endured, you carry within you an unbreakable potential for spiritual growth, for creativity, and for authentic joy. To honor the child within is to honor the compass of your soul, guiding you toward continuous rebirth, reminding you that in every ending lies the seed of a beginning, and in every beginning lies the chance to become more of who you truly are. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Comment below, "I embrace my divine new beginning," to affirm your journey of growth and transformation. 7. Self, the wholeness. The self is the deepest and most mysterious archetype, the very center of the psyche where all paths eventually converge, and it holds the promise of true spirituality and spiritual awakening. It is not about becoming perfect or escaping the flaws of your humanity, but about recognizing that your wholeness is formed by the union of opposites, the light that reveals and the shadow that conceals, the masculine that pushes forward and the feminine that receives and nurtures, the rational mind that plans and the instinctive body that simply knows. These forces, which often appear to be in conflict, are not meant to cancel each other out, but to complete one another, creating a balance that brings depth and harmony to your being. To walk toward the self is to accept that you are not one-sided, but multifaceted, not defined by fragments, but made whole through integration. Carl Jung taught that individuation, the process of becoming yourself, is not about striving for some polished perfection, but about living in authenticity, where you allow your true essence to shine through without hiding behind masks or bending to the expectations of others. It means facing your shadow without fear, honoring both your strength and your vulnerability, speaking your truth even when your voice shakes, and embracing the paradoxes within you as parts of a larger and richer story. The self does not emerge through struggle or control, but through surrender, a willingness to stop forcing and start listening to the wisdom already alive inside you. This journey begins with acceptance, the gentle act of meeting yourself where you are without judgment, and deepens with inner alignment, where your thoughts, feelings, and actions gradually learn to move as one. Each time you allow contradiction to become complementarity, you draw closer to the self. Each time you choose integrity over image, presence over pretense, you step into that sacred center. It is in these moments of honesty, surrender, and alignment that life ceases to feel like an endless battle and begins to unfold like a flowing river returning to its source. The lesson is simple yet profound. The self is not something you must chase or construct. It is the quiet wholeness that emerges when you integrate all that you are. And in living from this center, you discover the heart of spiritual awakening. As we come to the end of this journey, through Carl Jung's 7 archetypes, we've uncovered how each one acts like a mirror, reflecting hidden parts of ourselves and guiding us toward a deeper understanding of our true identity. These archetypes are not just abstract concepts, but practical tools that you can apply in your daily life to grow, heal, and find greater happiness. Which archetype do you feel speaks most strongly to your own life right now? Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear your perspective. And if this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us here at Spiritual Wisdom as we continue exploring the paths that lead to self-discovery and transformation.